All right, at 6 o'clock p.m., I'm going to call the council to order. If you'll rise for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon Keene. Continue to watch over our city and keep our citizens and our first responders safe. Tonight we have some complex decisions to make. Give us the guidance and wisdom to make the best decisions we can that will honor you. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Y'all may be seated. All right, I want to thank you all for coming to our meeting tonight. This is Thursday, February 20, 2025. I hope everyone has enjoyed the little winter blast that we had this week. Oh my gosh, I lost some hot water in a couple of my sinks, and so I took a cold shower last night, and that was not fun. But things were starting to get back to normal. It got a little warmer this afternoon, so some of my water returned, but not all. All right, I do not have any announcements to make at this meeting. Council, do you have any announcements that you would like to make? All right.
I have one.
Yes, sir?
If we could say a prayer for Wes. His health is a little ailing right now and is in the hospital.
Oh,
So
okay.
remember him in your prayers.
Okay.
Wes Schramm.
Thank you. Didn't know that. Thank you. Okay, anything else, Council? Yes, Ms. Ram? Ms. Gillen?
I'm just going to say, God is good. Wes came around today. He's improving somewhat better than I think he can communicate.
Oh,
So God is good.
okay.
Very good.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 3, public comments. I have some cards that were given to me. So the first one I'm going to call up is Philip Jackson.
Philip Jackson, 110 Rosedale Avenue. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've provided the city manager with an email I received from Monique Wright. She's Director of Constituent Services for the Office of Congressman Roger Williams, District 25, Texas. And it's concerning the zip code boundaries that include Cleburne and Keene. And there's like a once-in-a-decade chance to get behind a drive to realign the zip codes to provide municipal identity. That is the main review process for realigning boundaries on zip codes. It says the Postal Service has established a zip code boundary review process to consider municipal requests to modify authorized last lines of address and or zip code boundaries. In other words, the very last line on an address label to provide municipal identity. And so I would like to request that the City Council, city staff, and any organizations, albeit private organizations don't have any way, they are standing, but they can also at least get some impetus behind it to try to realign our zip codes so that these next 1,000 homes, which are none of them are in our current zip code, including the City Hall, can be realigned hopefully through negotiations with, you send the request to the district manager for the Postal Service. I don't know who that is exactly, but we can certainly find out. And then they review it, and there's an appeal process as well if necessary. But, with another 1,000 homes, it's going to be more Cleburne than Keene if we don't get behind a push to change
Okay.
that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Yes, I actually am interested in us looking into doing that, making a request to get our zip codes aligned with our city limits. and stuff, because we do have a lot of developments coming in, and all of them, most all of them are going to be outside of the city limits of Keene, including our own city hall. So it would be nice if, whatever I can do to help you, I will, to put in any kind of request we need to whoever that might be in charge of that. I would be interested in that.
I did read the email from Mr. Jackson, and we are going to be going up against postal unions, so we need to make sure, obviously, we need attorney help with this because they only give you one shot every 10 years.
Oh, okay.
So whatever we do, we need to make sure we do it right up.
So I need to write this really good, right? Okay, I'll be sure to do that.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
what's the citizens' involvement in that? Can we poll them, somehow get their impressions on whether they'd like to pursue that?
I'm not sure. I don't know. That's something we'll have to look into.
Yeah, I know it requires a ton of changes on their part for their everything.
Yeah,
Every piece of mail they get has to change, every legal document.
yeah.
New houses, I completely agree.
Do you have a 76031?
I do.
That's-
I'm Cleburne address
That's
and,
what I
and
thought.
not a Keene. I'm Joshua School District.
Okay,
And it was fun when I bought my house. It was. But I would hate to go through the process of changing every document I have,
yeah,
personally.
yeah.
But I would like to see the city hall change, and I'd like to see new subdivisions be Keene.
Okay. All right, well, that'll be something we'll look into then. Okay, the next person I have, Paul Knott.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Knott, 107 North Old Mansfield Road, 38-year resident of Keene. I appreciate you all being here tonight and taking your job seriously. Thank you for doing that. I'm just here to recognize Kit Keppel sitting to your right and Don Martin sitting to your left for the efforts that they put forth in returning the V to the Lisa Carver Park sign. So thank you guys very much.
Yay.
It fell off about 5 years ago. No one knows where it went, but it's back there now. And next, I want to invite everybody to Expo this Sunday, our 21st Annual Business Expo, noon until 4 o'clock at the Southwestern Adventist University Gymnasium, the Leisky-Poulter Gymnasium. Admission is free, and we have more than 40 booths this year. So I'd like to see you there, noon. And the city has 2 tables, Jonathan, Mr. Seitz, you have 2 tables, so I'd like to see you there, noon until 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knott. All right, that's the Business Expo, everybody, from noon to 4 this Sunday at Poulter Gymnasium. And he said that he has about 40 booths. Okay, next, Jimmy Alcala.
Mayor, Councilman Jimmy Alcala, 13 Keene Drive, in Texas. My comment is, last year I came to the first meeting here, and I've only lived here 2.5 years. I've moved from Burleson, and I've been to meetings with Mayor Bowman before, and Mayor Chuck Sutter in Burleson. And the continuity that they have is for the best of the people. The first time I came here, we had an invocation. And as soon as that was over, and the reason I moved to Keene because I liked that it was a Christian community. Well, now the council has improved a whole lot, but we're not there yet, guys. We need to work for the good of the people and not the good of the individual in here. And not bigger fight against each other or the mayor. And I've seen that happen. We have to have security go back there to the meeting. How can we call ourselves Christian and our fruits are not there? And I'm not chastising you, but I'm just telling you what the public sees now. In the Keene Facebook, now it's quieted down quite a bit, but I've looked through a lot of the meetings online, and there's just, I'm just asking you, please, do it for the community and not for yourself. Don't have, personal agendas, don't have it against the mayor don't have it against y'all. That's all I'm asking.
All right, thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that's all the yellow cards that I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comments that did not turn in a yellow card? All right, if you'll step forward and state your name and address.
Steve Samatovich, address is 201 East Highway 67 in Keene. Lived here for last 25 years.
Make sure is there a light on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, pull the whole thing up and set it up a little higher towards you. Yeah, there you go.
My name is Steve Samatovich. I live at 201 East Highway 67 in Keene. I've lived there for the last 25 years. I'm opposed to the district, excuse me, forgot the rezoning, partially because the ingress and egress of where they're wanting to change the road, that's the only way I have of getting to my house. And I don't know how they're going to solve that problem of me getting to my house and leaving my house, because literally the only way is through the easement right that we have, and they're planning on, I don't know what they're planning on doing. That's my problem. Not only that, the fact that zoning all that commercial with a house right next to it, here I've, for the last 25 years, been building value in my house, only for it to all go away from the commercial property being zoned right next to it. The fear of being able to sell it for less money than what I normally would, because I could be right next to an apartment complex, a restaurant, any number of different things. But the main reason is just want to know how are they going, or how would I get to my house and leave my house? What plans? How would that be affected? Because in order for them to develop that, they literally have to take my right-of-way and road away, and there's no way for me to get to my house. So that, and one of the other members had told me that the house wouldn't be able to sell for as much, something to do with the way the zoning changes would affect the property, so that the house value would actually be worth less. Don't know if that's true, just going by what I was told, but really don't know what to say. I'm not used to coming to these things. I just wanted to know that I'm against it, that I really don't want to have commercial properties butting right up to my back door all the way along my property. It was like living out in the country for the last 25 years. I understand things are going to grow, things are going to change, but I think there's plenty of other areas in Keene that we can zone the commercial that aren't right up against somebody's property. So that's
Okay.
all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to be discussing this item and a couple of more agenda items forward. So, Emily, if you want to wait until the public hearing, or you want to speak now? If you want to wait, we'll do the public hearing. I'll let you talk. Okay. I'll hold your card. Okay. Let's move on to agenda item number 4, reports, the city manager's comments. Mr. Seitz?
The crowd keeps getting bigger and bigger out here, so it's kind of nice to see, actually. And for all of you that are at home, thank you for joining us. This list will be a little shorter than last council meeting. Just kind of update you. I know attorney costs has kind of been was a big thing when I first started. Again, very thankful to have Andy. Attorney fees this last month actually cut in half. And the other more exciting thing for me to see is that the items that we are paying for are items that literally are helping our city, benefit the community. So that was very encouraging for me to see, that I wanted to share with you all. The city animal control, I wanted to give a shout out to Taylor Bledsoe. She actually got her official ACO certification, Animal Control Officer certification. I know there's a lot of talk about, getting that kind of back online. And it's like anything, we can do anything, it just takes money. And you don't just all of a sudden start funding an entire animal control department. And so we are creating a vision Our Chief Kidd has been very involved with looking at talking with other communities to see if we can do a shared cost, and so just kind of want the community to know that that is something that we are looking at, that we would like to eventually get back. I remember when I went to college here back in the late 90s, it was a full functioning animal control. But the same truck that was being used back then is still being used today. So, and just to put that in perspective, one of those trucks costs over $100,000. So it's not a cheap thing, but we are taking steps to try to grow that back to a service for the community. The next city council we will be presenting, we have drilled down on the fleet program. It is looking very positive. It would be a huge boost to our city, not to mention a decreased cost and less headache. I know Chief Kidd would love to see his lieutenant not under a hood all the time fixing police cars. And so anyway, so for the community that's out there, would love to, if you want to see how that's going to turn out next council meeting, please come and join us. Bank reconciliation, that project is done. I know, Mayor, I still need to send you that spreadsheet that you requested, but I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. You know, hoping to have kind of the finance department kind of officially in place with the plans to strengthen that department as well next month. Things are lining up. And then Fairview construction project update. I know we kind of waited to get the bids. Well, we had the open bid last week, right, Don? Last week, and it was a very good call on Don's part to hold off because the bids came in much lower, and enough so that I am hopeful that not only can we get from 4th Street, but hopefully all the way down to, is it Maple? Maybe Pecan. So we're going to get more road for our money, bigger bang for our buck. So again, a lot of continued positiveness that's coming through my office, and I appreciate the citizens' patience, and just know that every day we're in here trying to do the best we can for you. So,
Council, do you have any questions, Mr. Sides? No? Okay. All right, moving on to agenda item number 5, public hearing. We are holding a public hearing tonight and holding a discussion and acting upon an ordinance to rezone 3 parcels from single-family 2 to Journal Commercial District, Office, Light Retail, and Neighborhood Services C2. So this is a zoning change request application received for 3 tracts of land. Tract 1 in the BBB and CRR Company Survey, abstract 1142.824 acres. Tract 2 in the J. Pennington Survey, abstract 701, 2.871 acres. And Tract 3 in the D. Mize Survey, abstract 567, 2.438 acres from SF2, which is single family 2, to C2, which is General Commercial District, Office, Light Retail, and Neighborhood Services. All right. So at this time, we're going to receive a presentation from Mr. Martin, is that correct? And then I will open the public hearing, and then I will allow members of the public to speak. Then we'll close the public hearing, then council will also hold a discussion, and then take possible action.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In your packets, you should have the zoning application from Mr. Griffin, a property map, the current zoning map, a copy of the public notice that was put in the paper, an address list for property owners within 200-foot radius of the properties, letters sent to the property owners, and some pages from the comprehensive plan. And so this zoning change request, if you look at our comprehensive plan, it does show that on page 7.4, future land use scenarios, what you have. It shows that whole district there along Highway 67 is what they call the Highway 67 corridor. And the definition of that is on one of those pages there as well. I think it's the 4th one. Talks about a Highway 67 corridor, future land use category applies to development along Highway 67 designed to facilitate regional and interstate commerce. The corridor development is intended to include a mix of retail, service, office, restaurant, medical, hotel, and technology use. Due to noise and health impacts of expressways, adequate setbacks must be considered when development in near neighborhoods. And then parking areas should be landscaped and pedestrian friendly. So it's all in line with what our comprehensive plan calls for that was done back in 2019, I believe. So those are the 3 parcels that are in question. The small parcel in the front that kind of has the hash lines on it, on the exhibit on the left, is already zoned commercial. The property to the right of it, if you look at the colored map where it says C2, those are all commercial already. The mobile home park, which is on the left, is already zoned commercial. So, and normally when you zone commercial along a highway, it's usually 1,000 feet back, that's your prime commercial real estate. And this particular corner here is right there where Allsups is. It's where the 67 splits and goes to the business side. It would be nice to one day have that mobile home park zone commercial and nice retail as well. The 2 properties down at the bottom of the screen there, those are actually owned by the city of Keene. I believe they were purchased back when the force main and the sewer line was extended from Funtown RV up to northeastern or southeastern street. So the city owns those 2 parcels of land. Does anybody have any questions before I get started, or we should let the public speak?
So on the City of Keene property, we've never done anything to it, correct? We've never cleared it. It's fully brushed. I mean, it's fully wooded. You can't even access it except for the little cul-de-sac that you're showing there, which is really smaller than it seems on that paper when you're actually there.
It's been overgrown, yes. We don't really have a reason
What was
to go
our
back
plan
there
for that
unless there's
property? Do you know? Were we ever planning on doing anything with it other than we bought it in order to get the water easement and the sewer easement?
Correct. That's what I was told. I wasn't here when that was
Yeah.
done, but that's what I was told by previous directors. That's why we bought the land, is because the landowner at the time didn't want to give the 20-foot easement we needed. So we purchased the property.
So we also have an easement on that same road, the same as those other residents are.
To get
City of
back
Keene
there,
does, to
yes.
get back
Yeah,
to our
and there is a
property.
deeded easement with the county showing that is a driveway, and,
So this is just
I
to,
don't
just to
remember how
be
to
clear
pronounce
that
his
everybody
name, but-
understands, this is an easement, which is kind of like just a driveway, a drive, that allows the people that have the adjacent properties to travel on it to get to their properties. This is not a
Correct.
city-maintained road.
correct.
We've never done anything to help maintain that easement, have we?
No, ma'am.
We've not done anything, we've not trimmed any brush, put any gravel down, it's just a dirt
We've trimmed
path.
some trees and repaired the road whenever, because we have a 2-inch water line that kind of runs on the west side of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then goes down to where the cul-de-sac is at the bottom on our land and goes under the railroad tracks. So we've had some water leaks out there, so whenever there was damage, we've trimmed the trees back and repaired the road, but we don't do that because it's not a city-maintained or city street. But
one
to
of the-
kind of answer the question the gentleman had about, we're not gonna let somebody build a commercial building there and deny them access to their land. So whoever the developer is, once the land is purchased or whatever their plan is, part of their plan will include a road going back there for them.
So the person that develops this, you're saying is gonna put in a road, an actual road?
They will have to, in order to, do the parking lot, whatever they want to do, they want to develop the land, they need to bring it up to standards.
Would that be a road that the city ever maintains later, or that would always be their road?
It could be either way.
But they would have to pave something, you're saying, put concrete in and make it an actual, like, city road, kind of, wide enough like our
It
road?
would have to be built to city standards, yes, in order for them to get back their fire apparatus. As far as whether the city owns it or not, that would all come to fruition in the developer's agreement or however that worked.
Happy to talk about that. So in subdivision regulations for cities, they would require, when the property is going to be improved, that the owner, developer, would have to build it according to the city subdivision regulations. That's normally concrete, curb and gutter. It's normally a width of it, residentially, it's usually 30 to 50 feet wide. And then once it's built, it has to be zoned. Sounds like it doesn't need to be platted again. I'm not sure about that. Then Construction plans would be submitted, the city would look at that, approve the construction plans, then the property owner would build that infrastructure, it's public infrastructure. When it's completed and it's 100% complete, then the city would accept it. Once, at that point, once it's accepted, it becomes public property, converts from private property from the developer owner to the city. The city would then own it perpetually. Normally, cities have a 1 or 2 year maintenance bond to protect the city if something was defective in the construction process, and then it's the city's responsibility to maintain that in perpetuity. So that's how that works.
Right.
Almost all the time. I mean, it would be very, it's not, I don't recommend that. It would be rare that it would be a private street, because the only time I really see that usually is if an HOA wants to maintain it. HOAs are not built to maintain streets. Residents don't have the ability to maintain streets. Cities are designed to maintain streets. So
Right.
that's why it's normally a public street.
All right, Council, just so you know what the street looks like now, I did drive it this weekend, so you have a picture that I had Holly set in front of your desk. This is the actual easement that we're talking about. You can see it's just basically one car length can go through there easily, and it's got brush on both sides of the road, and it's just a dirt path at this point.
Mayor, approximately where on that road did you take that picture?
Okay, so I took this picture after leaving the City of Keene property, that little cul-de-sac down there in the dark yellow.
Okay.
And then I came back right where those green areas are, and that's where I took the picture,
Are you facing north?
facing Highway 67. I'm not good with directions.
It's north.
I was facing the highway.
You're facing the highway.
Hey, I'm a woman, sorry.
That's okay. No. And you were south of the split where it
So-
goes off to Mr. Kirkpatrick's land.
So, let's see, actually, let me see if I have any other pictures that I took. I had her give you that one. So, this is the cul-de-sac, that is the City of Keene cul-de-sac, that's on the City of Keene property. So that's what it looks like, that's the little tiny,
I'm glad the high school teenagers don't
this
know
is the
about
City
that.
of Keene cul-de-sac, I'm sorry?
Thanks.
And this is some brush that apparently we piled on the City of Keene property that we've kind of left back there that I would consider a hazard, because that could start a fire. I don't know why we stuck that back there, but
Well, I
this
don't
is
believe
what
we
we
did.
did to the property, that's our improvement, there you go.
No, that's not a correct statement.
Okay, so do you have any other questions, council, for Mr. Barton or the city attorney about this property?
I have I have a question. You said that commercial only goes back 1,000 feet?
It's normally the norm when you,
How far
Annex.
back is the first home?
I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you. It's around on the cul-de-sac that goes off to the side, so
Like the other yellow on there, would it go back
No.
1,000 feet, go back to where the yellow is?
Oh,
I don't have my measurement tool with me, but
I'm on it.
I know when I was checking property distances, this was about 200 feet right here. From right here, from this parcel to this parcel, right at 200.
So you're within 1,000 feet.
So the triangle property at the bottom that's across from the dark yellow, Ms. Chavez owns that, correct? Is that the property that she tried to get the building permit for that got denied?
She never applied for a permit. She came and asked if she could put a mobile home on it, and I said it wasn't zoned for mobile homes.
So she got denied then. That's essentially a denial. She's not gonna fill out a building permit if she asks you to build something and you tell her she can't. And you also said that the water line is too small to handle her to build on that property, a 2-inch
It's a 2-inch
line?
water line. At the time, we had over 300 homes on a 2-inch water line, but according to TCEQ regulations, it's not recommended to have more than 23 homes on a 2-inch line. So at the time, we said the water line would probably have to be upgraded.
And do we have a line, you said at the bottom of that, that's along the railroad tracks? Is there a water line there?
It runs on the west side of the dirt road all the way back, curves down where the cul-de-sac is, and then goes under the railroad tracks, and that's what feeds most of 317.
Is it a bigger line, obviously?
It's a 2-inch line as
It's a little
well.
2-inch line?
We have since upgraded the 2-inch line on the north end of town, the east end of town. We just recently did that where it goes from Highway 67 down to Pleasant Meadows and ties in. So that helped alleviate some of that issue.
All right, while we're doing this presentation, I did want to go ahead and let the city attorney give us the rules for this recommendation, even though we're not ready for the discussion part yet, just so that we're clear, though. So the P&Z has recommended that we do this rezoning at this point, and what that means for us as a council is that in order to overturn a recommendation, it takes a supermajority, which will be 5 council members. It will take a simple majority to pass the recommendation, which would be approving this rezoning, but it will take 5 to actually deny it. So just so council is aware of that, and Mr. Messer can confirm.
Yeah, so the standard in the city code, I'll just read it. When the Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended to the city council that a proposed amendment be approved, and that's my understanding, that's what happened here, the city council may disapprove the petition or application for amendment by a minimum of 75% vote of the city council members of the city, and that would be 5 out of 7 seats. And so that would be the standard of review. That's if it's denied. If it's approved, it is by simple majority. The only other thing I would mention is that whenever there's a motion, if potentially it is to deny, it should be stated whether it's with or without prejudice. And if it's with prejudice, that means that a year intervention has to happen before the property owner developer can submit another zoning application. If it's without prejudice, it can be resubmitted at any time. So that's the standard.
Okay, does everybody understand that? I know, you want to.
Okay. So the prejudice part is if there's a motion to deny, the motion should be made with prejudice or motion to deny without prejudice. If it's without prejudice, that means that there's no waiting period for the owner or future owner to submit another application. They could come back the next day and file another zoning application, and it would go through the same process of P&Z and council. If it's with prejudice, then they have to wait a year before they can try again, submit another application, then it goes through the process. So it's really a matter of whether you want them to wait a year or not. I mean, sometimes there's a denial, sometimes property owners, I've seen this happen several times, where if it's denied, they'll come back and they'll tweak it. They've heard the comments, and they'll change something about it so that it improves the application. And if you want that to have to wait for a year of intervention, that's with prejudice. If you don't, then it could be denied without prejudice. But that's only in the case of a motion to deny, not to approve.
So with prejudice puts a year on it, or you saying that randomly? It is a year?
Mhm.
Okay, so 1 year.
Right.
If you deny with prejudice, okay. It's a 1-year waiting period before they can come back. Okay, so these 3 tracks, my question is, they're all separately surveyed and platted, so they are individual. Once we do these, they're all owned by the same group of people, right? So the same group of people owns all 3 properties, but they're all actually individually surveyed, so they could sell them off, once we zone this commercial, to 3 different buyers, essentially to put in 3 different types of commercial businesses, correct?
Correct.
And it could be anything that's zone C2 under our land usage. So
Correct.
once we rezone this as a council, we kind of lose the right to then put any kind of restrictions on what they're going to put there. They could put pretty much anything that our land usage allows. And they can do it, like I said, they don't have to do all 3 developments at the same time. They could do one first, they could sell off another one, sell off a third one. But they could be essentially 3 businesses using that same easement that all the homeowners are in there currently using. until that road gets redone or
In
widened.
order to, like he mentioned, in order to make an improvement, they would have to bring that road up to current standards.
Okay, so once we sell it off, like I said, we can't tell them what they can put on the property. Whatever it falls under our land usage that falls under C2, they can put on it. But then when they apply for the building permit, that's gonna come to the city, is that what you're saying? And then under the building permit, we can put something on there that says you're gonna have to upgrade the road?
Right, it's in our ordinances, like he said. It would be built to our subdivision standard ordinances.
Okay,
Our building
So it-
ordinances, which requires that they would have to have fire protection, they would have to have the streets wide enough, a turnaround for the fire department, fire lanes, fire hydrants.
and if whoever bought it wants to move the road because the road's in the way of whatever they wanna put there, maybe it doesn't fit right, what happens then?
They would have to replat it, they would ask to replat the area, they would still have to give them access somehow, you know, at least to the point that's existing on their land that's already there. So anything from that point would have to be at their expense to wherever it came from.
So what happens to the right-of-way that the people have that are driving on it now, if they wanna move it?
There would be a new one put in.
So do they get a say in it? Do they get a say in where the road moves to, or they're just kind of whatever these new people want to develop
mean,
it as?
We would be more than happy to have that discussion.
I think these are questions that people want to know. Yes, sir?
So from my aspect as a builder and a developer, I've been worked with developers, the only thing they're gonna do to that road is straighten it out and make it hit 67 at a 90-degree angle instead of a sharp angle like we have behind City Hall.
Okay,
So that will take, to get it passed, correct me, Mr. Lawyer, to get that passed, they're gonna have to have every person who has that easement to sign off on it, to change it from a acute angle to a 90-degree angle. It's a
Okay.
win for those citizens as far as they get a good road.
Right, and then it's TxDOT's road, so it would have to meet their standards as well.
The approach would have to meet TxDOT standards.
okay. So my question is what if those residents don't want to sign off on it? What happens then?
They don't want to sign off on getting a concrete road?
Yeah, what if they don't? What if they just want it to stay the way it is and they don't want the angle to change? They don't want anything to
Well,
change?
we have at least two of them here. Let's ask them.
Well, we're going to in a minute when I open up the
okay.
public hearing. We'll let them talk. But I'm just asking, I mean, this is part of the understanding what we're doing here. We gotta.
I
gotta
can't,
look
I
at all
can't
the
believe a
angles.
resident wouldn't want to improve their access to their property with a concrete road. That's going to improve the value of their home.
Okay, well, that's what we'll find out.
Okay, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I know according to our old plans that are somewhere in this building, there was supposed to be a road from the mobile home, mobile park there to the first cul-de-sac from 67. That was supposed to connect that area. So once the owner takes over that, will that still stand or will that still be available for access through that cul-de-sac? Or they can put whatever they want?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
There was supposed to be a small kind of access or
I'll
street.
It's not, if it's
I'll
not a
answer that.
recorded, deeded instrument or access, then it doesn't exist. I mean,
You can have a plan for it, but until it's deeded, it's nothing. It has to be deeded with the county.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no more questions for Mr. Martin, I was going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. You want to speak during the public hearing? Okay, let me go ahead and open up the public hearing, and that way we can hear from anybody. Hold on, I moved my sheet here. All right, it's 6:39 PM. I'm going to open up the public hearing. And at this time, anybody can just raise their hand, and I'll address you and let you come and speak to the podium. Mr. Jackson, you want to step forward?
Thank you again, Mayor and City Council. As acting chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the City of Keene, we did meet on the 10th of February and passed this request by Provident Land Investors. I just want to give you a little bit of context here. PLI, or Provident Land Investors, owns 5 tracts in this immediate area that totals 9.054 acres, so about 9 1/20 of an acre. The largest landowner in the immediate vicinity would be Dwayne Kirkpatrick, however that's conveyed to Kent Kirkpatrick. It's 4 tracts totaling 10.899 acres, or almost 10.9 acres. You have some other areas between Santa Fe Street and Eastern Street, and I include those because they back up to some of the property. The Davis Mobile Home Park is 5.611 acres. You have another gentleman with, and I don't guess they want their names possibly mentioned, but with 6.09 acres, or almost 6.1 acres. Farther back on Santa Fe, you have a 13.09 acre property. But in the general primary vicinity of the properties that are specifically affected by these requests, you know, you have the Davis Mobile Home Park, and then you have a 2.791 acre property and a 2.0 acre property. And then you've got this Ms. Chavez, whose names have been already mentioned, 1.28 acres. You have this Semidovich's with a 1.0 acre property. And if you go along 67, you have Charles Boyer and wife Annette. And I believe that's about a 1 acre property. Then you have a few other properties also in about a 1 acre amount. You have Boyer and Associates, which I'm not sure if that's tied to the Charles M. Boyer or not, but they own 2 properties, which total 1.609 acres. That's going all the way to Eastern Street. And there's 2 commercial property real estate signs, one for 321 Realty, which I believe is representing PLI, and there's another one, I think it was Venture, possibly Venture Realty. And I called that number, and they said those tracts had sold, but I don't know which tracts sold, but it's right at the corner of US Highway 67 and Southeastern Street. And so that could possibly be Boyer and Associates. It's on their the sign is on their property at least. So if that helps provide any context to what we're talking about, I just wanted to share that with y'all.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I would like to hear from some of the residents that are here that are going to be living in that area and affected by the zoning change. Yes, go ahead and step forward. Just go ahead and state your name, yeah.
Hi, I'm Emily Simotovich. I am one of the residents over there. I live at 201 East Highway 67. I am very much against this change. Anything that they do to that road will block access during the construction process. There is nothing you can do to that road. There's no way you can go around that road to build into it that won't block off access to it. The way you have to approach that road is very strange, and there's woods all around either side of it. If you look on the yellow side of the road, that is clear for a little bit, but then that also goes to heavily wooded road. The one that is currently marked green has mailboxes right up at the highway. That's where we all receive our mail, and so do the people in the apartments over there. So those would also have to change if this was rezoned. Also, right after those mailboxes is a giant ditch. So trying to do construction through that ditch and into our driveway would be a nightmare. That is my main points there. It's just, logistically, it would be a nightmare for whatever developer buys this. And I don't see how they would do it without blocking off access to our road in some form or manner.
All right. You want to go over there and point to where your property is?
Yes.
And show us where those mailboxes are that you were talking about?
So our property is right about here.
Okay.
Close to the road right here. The mailboxes are right here at the highway.
Okay.
Mailboxes are actually hit by road.
Okay. Okay. So you have that long skinny lot.
Yes, it's the long skinny lot. My house is right about here on it, it's very close
Okay.
to this road, so anything that is built, it will be full access to it. We will not be able to, even if you build a fence or something, it will still be full access. Nothing's really gonna be private.
Yeah, so, yeah, you're gonna be kind of boxed in because you're gonna be looking at something that could be developing right across that little street from you, that little cul-de-sac or that,
Construction noise and process would also be very unpleasant. No one's gonna build houses there. Not no one build them there. If they were going to, they probably would have already. It's been 25 years and no one's going to touch them since I lived there. But even if they wanted to build houses, they still have one that they should have to go down all those streets and every lot and police space and they're gonna do it.
okay. Thank you, Emily. Yes, Philip, you want to have something? Go ahead.
One other point I wanted to make, actually about, I believe it was around May of 2020, that property was actually being considered, part of that property was actually being considered for a tiny home community from some people up in the Louisville area. And I think the easement issues pretty much probably turned them off of the project at that point.
All right, would someone else like to come up and speak? Okay.
Hi, I am Cassie Schulfer. I am Kent Kirkpatrick's daughter. He owns.
Yeah,
quite a
you want to
bit of
go,
acreage.
yeah, you want to show us where you live? Do you live over there, or
I
where?
don't.
Oh, you
I
don't,
live
okay.
near- in Cleburne, but I'm entitled to that land
Okay.
eventually. We are not going anywhere. This land has been in our family for 5 generations. There was a couple of points that was made when he was up here, that y'all haven't touched the land, that it was never cleared. When y'all bought the yellow area, they did clear it, and they left everything that they cleared, and it looked like they added more at some point. The road wasn't as bad, an easement was not as bad, they had actually just gravelled it, but with all the city coming in to clear it, has ruined it, and they couldn't afford to keep replacing the gravel. As residents, I grew up there. Every time we fix the road, something gets stolen, because that invites more people to come in. So no, we don't want it concreted. We want it just the way it is. It makes people not want to come up there. When you have a nice road, it invites people who you don't want there. You know, we have animals, we have farm equipment, you know, my dad's a welder, his welder costs money, all the stuff that is on there is out in the open. We do not want people in our area, and that's inviting them in.
Because it kind of looks like a private drive right
Yeah.
now, so people don't.
Because that's what
yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want the concrete. We don't want it to be improved. We have improved it, like I said. But with the city coming in to do what they did, it messed up the gravel again. You can't keep replacing it if you're gonna have bigger vehicles coming in and tearing it up. And they did keep it cleared. But again, we don't wanna clear it too much. We don't wanna see the highway. And again, we wanna keep it private. And with what they're wanting to do, it's not going to be private anymore. He owns 10 acres. What happens to the animals up there when you have all this stuff going on? You know, or is it going to run a horse or a cow through a fence? You know, right now, it is a private area. The 67 does not bother any of the animals up there because we're off the highway. So what happens when we invite the highway up? You know, it affects us, but it affects the Smotoviches more because their land butts up closer to it than ours does. But it still affects us because that is our access too. And again, we've been here for 5 generations. This isn't just, we're not going anywhere. And he made a point before we walked in and said, one day that will be your land that we're gonna try and zone. No, sir, it's not, because a money bag's not gonna buy us to sell it. We're here to stay. One day that land will be given to my son. So we're not going anywhere. We'll continue to fight it. And we hope that if y'all were in our position and y'all had been here for 100 years, y'all would fight it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Or is there anybody else that would like to speak during the public hearing? Would you like to, okay, go ahead.
Mayor, and I can speak now or after you close the public hearing, whichever the council prefers. My name is Steve Reed. I'm a real estate and municipal attorney in Granbury, and I represent Mr. Griffin in this application. So I'm glad to maybe try to give some clarity to a lot of the questions and the issues that have been raised. I think some of the information that's out there now is accurate, and some maybe not quite as much, but maybe I'll just start and confirm that the 3 tracks that are in question are owned separately, are surveyed separately. They're all have common ownership. The property that's shaded in tan that depicts the roadway, if you will, is actually an easement that was dedicated to the public back in 1985. And so it really has no significant bearing on this application this evening. The applicant is not asking that anything be done with the road. The applicant is merely requesting that the 3 tracks that have been identified be zoned C2 commercial from their current residential zoning. And I do think it's very, very important for this council to note that the application is consistent with your future land use plan. So your land use plan is your map. It is your communication to the public, to land buying developers, that says this is what we expect, anticipate, and would like, the way we would like for you to develop the property. So we are actually here in response to your land use plan and your communication to us as part of the public, where you have told us this is what we would like to see you do. So from our point of view, we're asking you to do what you've told us you want us to do with the property. We're asking you to give us the ability to do that. In addition to that, I do think it is very, very important to know, Mr. Griffin has been trying to develop this property for a while, and he did a few years back have it under contract with a developer that was going to put tiny homes on it, and a developer who spent a considerable amount of money because he came and visited with the city and got kind of the verbal green light, hey, we want this property to develop residentially. And then when it actually came before the city said, oh, no, we don't want it to develop residentially. We want it to develop commercially. So Mr. Griffin's already lost a buyer, had it under contract, and right before it was to close, while it was in due diligence, lost that contract because the city wouldn't approve the tiny home development. So, I'm going to ask, very respectfully, please, you can't continue to give us mixed signals. It can't be both ways. And while I very much respect that change is hard, and you have some property owners out there that would just like for this property to languish and never develop so they can continue to enjoy, the recluse that they have there, I don't think that's realistic, and I don't think that's what's in the best interest of the city, and I don't think that's what the city has determined in its historical collective wisdom that it wants to see happen out there. It's really just short of a ministerial act that we're asking of the city today. You've told us what you want. We're trying to ask you to, to give us that. And again, all we're really asking is for a zoning change today. So we're not trying to tell you what's going to happen with that property. We honestly don't know. We're not going to be the end developer. We're just, but in order for that property to develop commercially, as you've indicated you would like to see it develop, it first has to be zoned commercially. The property also, for clarification, it is not platted, and so the next step in the process for someone to come in and develop the property is they will have to plat it. And in order to plat it, you are going to have an opportunity during that platting process to address things like drainage, lighting, buffers, and you have a good set of ordinances, and yes, you have screening, lighting, fencing, all types of ordinances to help ameliorate and buffer that barrier and that transition from commercial to residential. If you were to look in your zoning ordinance where that C2 screen came from and zoom out for the entire page for at least several thousand feet, if not yards, on either side of Highway 67, you have C2, predominantly C2 zoning, with immediately behind it residential zoning. So what we're looking to do here is very, very consistent with what you're already doing as a city all along that Highway 67 corridor. So we're not asking you to do anything different than what you've been doing. I know there are some concerns and from that have been raised about blocking the road. I know that Mr. Stephen Savanatich said he was primarily opposed to the change of zoning because it would block access to his property. It absolutely will not in any way impact access to his property, and I'm sure your city attorney can confirm that for you. And then, I know there were also some concerns that Ms. Kirkpatrick raised about how that road might develop in the future, and that she would be denied access during some development process. And that's just, it's not a realistic concern. It's not the way, the process works. And I wish I knew how to, kind of rest some of the public's concerns and put their mind a little bit more at ease, about those concerns. But I do, the city itself, our city fathers, our city council here is going to have plenty of opportunity in the standard development process that's codified in state law and codified in your city ordinances to really address the development of this property in the platting process and then in the building permitting process. And yes, I have heard a number of concerns about, maintaining and taking care of that road. And won't it be nice if somebody comes in and actually, builds a road up to standard, city specifications and then is able to turn it over to the city. But it is a public road, and there is a means whereby if a developer actually came in and purchased all of that property, that they could relocate that road, but only with your approval. They would have to abandon that public roadway, and then it would transfer to the property owners on each side. And in order for you to do that, you would require some other roadway that you felt like was more beneficial to the city and to the property owners out there. So you're going to have and do have lots of control and lots of opportunity to influence exactly what that development will ultimately look like. But step one for us to even begin to hope to develop it, again, in a way that you've indicated you would like to see it develop, is for it to be properly zoned. And so very, very respectfully and humbly, we are here to ask, for your support and your vote to zone this property in a manner that's consistent with what you've told us.
Do you know why the original deal with the mini houses actually failed? I was actually on council when that happened, so I know a little bit about it. And the reason I remember, if I recollect, it's been several years, and Mr. Foster may recollect with me, is that they were trying to move the road. There was an issue over the easement, so it wasn't so much that the council was opposed to the houses and those people having the right to develop the property that they had, is they were trying to move the road in order to fit their design, and that was going to impede these people that are here speaking tonight, and it was going to cause them pretty much the same kind of problems, where they were going to have blocked access, and their road was actually going to be routed to a whole different area. I believe that's what derailed the project. It wasn't necessarily the council, it was the plans of the people that wanted to develop there.
And I don't have personal knowledge. I just know what the engineer for the purchaser or developer and the developer communicated,
Yeah.
to me. And I can, what was represented to me was that.
And I've kind of seen a map of what is zone commercial in that area on a bigger scale. We don't have it, I don't think, in front of us, but I have seen it, and we don't necessarily go that deep into off of the highway for the access. That corner is unique because there's a mobile home park sitting on the other side of it, Lone Star Mobile Home Park, and that's why that property was zone C2 and deep. It doesn't necessarily imply that we want to continue going that deep all the way down 67 and take out all of our residential areas just to develop them commercially.
Sure, and I understand that. And 1,000 feet, by the way, wouldn't be a little bit beyond, actually. That property's not 1,000 feet deep from 67 down to the bottom, if my math is correct. But like you pointed out, the one track that's immediately adjacent to the mobile home park, between that and the property to the north, it's surrounded, almost by C2 zoning. Really, 2/3 of the property is surrounded by C2 zoning or by the two lots that the city owns that obviously aren't going to be adversely impacted by anything that happens based on their current state and usage. So, and that's not, I'm always looking for the win-win, and I'm not insensitive to the property owners that are out there, but I think it's, I think it's not very realistic to assume that nobody else can do anything to develop their property because somebody that lives there just doesn't ever want there to be any change because they like it, the way it.
Yeah, before we were not trying to develop it or like rezone it. We were just going to let them develop houses on it. It would have stayed SF2. We weren't going to try to add it to be commercial. I mean, I see the feasibility of possibly having tract 1, go commercial because it kind of adds to that corner. But those other 2 tracks I have concern on, tract 2 and tract 3, because they're like right close to the houses that these people are living next to. And that one lady, Emily, she's going to be living, like I said, right next to tract 3 and right across from half of tract 2. So she's going to have some kind of business right across the street from her, which really isn't that big of a street when you go there, and then right next door to her, and all that wooded privacy area will be gone and taken out. And we don't know what's going to build there, as you just said. That's my concern, too. We don't know what the plan is, I think I would feel more confident in this rezoning if I knew what was going to go there and how it was going to make sure that it didn't affect the quality of life of the residents that have been there for 5 decades. If we had a person here that said, okay, here's what I want to put there, because if you do it C2 now and we go ahead and just rezone 3 random tracks, then anything can go there. And I looked up all the land usages that fall under C2, and there's a lot of things there that they could build. And even if they have to come back and get a building permit and we make them fix the road, they could still put a lot of businesses on that property that would create a lot of traffic for those homeowners just getting to their house. Even if it's on a nice road, I don't know if they want to be next to, you know, a museum, a fairgrounds, a golf driving range, a hospital, a rehabilitation care facility, a nursing home.
Well, I think you can use some
a
common
heliport.
sense.
I mean, these are things that fall
You
under
can't really build an
C2.
airport or a golf course on
And I'm just saying.
a half an
if-
acre, so.
Hey, it falls under it though, and that's why I think that's why they have concerns. It all falls under it. So they could have one in front of them, beside them, behind them. I mean, they would feel surrounded, and we don't know what's going to happen to their road and their access and their privacy. We can't envision it because we don't know who wants to buy it yet.
Well-
You said Mr. Griffin just wants to sell it.
Yes, he's not a
So this is
developer
just to
at
get
this
more money
stage.
to have it zoned differently so he can raise the price? Is that how that works?
He wants to sell the property, and the only way that property is going to sell is if it's zoned in a manner that's consistent with the city's plan. And, you know, frankly, it's not very fair for the city to say, this is what we want, and encourage people to buy property for investment by saying that, and then when people come and say, hey, you know, we want to do what you've asked us to do, and then you say, well, no, we don't really, you know,
Well-
we don't really want you to do what we told you we want you to do. And, you know, if you don't like your C2 zoning, that's your job to
Change it.
to change it.
Like I said,
And
maps
if you
can be
need it to
changed.
be narrower in scope because, you know, because you're concerned about what somebody's gonna do in C2, then again, you know, those are issues that are really municipal issues. We're here to do what you've asked us to do, and we're standing on that.
Yeah. Well, I could pretty much say nobody up here actually came up with that comprehensive plan. I believe it was done before our time. I don't think we did it, so we didn't make the plan. So like I said,
Yeah, but
plans.
you're the representative, it's still your plan.
Yeah,
You know, it's not somebody else's plan, it's yours.
I appreciate you coming, though. Thank you so much. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak from the public? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:08 PM. All right, council, so now we need to hear from you. What do you think after listening to the attorney for Mr. Griffin, his representative, and these residents about this property? What are y'all thinking? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Shaw.
Well, I've known that property since forever. I know when Mr. Kirkpatrick built that house, in fact, Mr. Easley's dad built that house. He went to the city then and asked him about an easement, and the city told him to pound sand. And so he said, okay, I'll build it myself. And I would be not so much opposed as to track 1, but I would not want 2 or 3 to be zoned because it's going to just push them right out the door.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on what they want to put on track 1, I would definitely think about that, whether it be zoned commercial or leave it residential. I know if they left it residential, if that mobile home park wanted to buy that land, and they could extend it all the way out to there.
That's what I was thinking, too.
But, well, if that mobile home park bought that land, would it not continue to supply in with the rest of it? Fair enough.
Okay, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Oh, are you done? Okay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Goodwill.
Yes, I can speak, even though I don't live on the other side of 67. Based on what I've heard, the comments, and we have been receiving emails, and I know every citizen within the city limits is aware that the change is coming. We can see it all over the place. You drive on 35, you're seeing they're tearing through all those kind of whole wooded areas and the development all over the place. But also we have to recognize that when you listen to some of these comments or some of these concerns, the residents are trying to tell you that they are not against change. They want to see change. There's also just in front of, nearby. And we know the homeowners that are around there, some of them were requested to come to the same meeting like this to hear their concerns. And sometimes when you find out like almost 90 or 100% of the people that are going to be affected around that area are raising some questions, then it makes it harder for you to ignore all that and say, change is coming, we just have to move on. The city works better when we recognize some of those things and also work with homeowners, and things work much, much better. Some other cities have tried to ignore the homeowners, landowners around, and sometimes it normally makes it difficult. A very good example, some of the cities that I've seen go through that, a very good one is Kennedale. I talked to the mayor. So according to cut it short, I can say there are some questions that are being raised there. And I can also agree with the Councilman Shaw, Johnny, that there are some areas there that we need to address as a city, work with those homeowners. They want change. They are willing to change. They are willing to accept whatever might come in there, but they want the city to work with them. And then they want to see also that area be improved so that they can continue to benefit from the growth that we are having. So for me, I'll say we need to address those questions. We can't just ignore them. Thank you.
All right, council, anyone else? Mr. Foster?
Yes, with all due respect to the people who have spoken here, whether this council approves the zoning change or not, it's coming. Next, if it's not us, it'll be the next, because as the gentleman mentioned, that's our city plan shows that as commercial, and it will eventually go that way. When my wife and I moved here over 30 years ago, we were on the edge of town, had 35 acres behind us with cattle and horses, trees. It's now a subdivision. So it's coming. It may not be today, but just take my word for it, it's coming. Change. I didn't know what was going to go in behind me. It's a subdivision. I'm just saying that that's what's going to happen.
I'd like to echo your sentiments. I live back here behind us, and when I moved to that house, that entire field, what now is not one tree standing, was a full wooded forest with animals. I saw animals in my yard all the time. Deer, fox, rabbits. Now, they stripped every tree off of it. I don't like the density of the houses. I tried to steer it because I was part of the planning of that early on, but I don't like change.
Mayor, I did do some math. If you look at the plan that has the numbers on it, the one on the left side of the screen, if it's in really tiny print, but there are measurements on those lines, and it adds up to 920 feet on the right side of those lines. So, I think we're still within the 1,000 feet, and it looks like it's still within the comprehensive plan that the city has. I do have a question for the city attorney. I know you talked about a public easement that's there. That's still a public easement for all the people that need to access that property, right? So even those tracks that are there, that public easement exists for them too. Okay.
I can address one of the comments or one or two of the comments I heard. No matter who owns the property, if it's a publicly dedicated access easement, if you actually look at this plan, the gravel road is much narrower than the easement. If you actually, I kind of highlighted it. The easement looks like it's 5 times as wide as that existing gravel road. But my point is, where the roadway ends on this tract of land, I guess it's to the east and to the south. Those are property rights that property owners that abut that road have. They have a vested right, a vested property right to always access your property. No matter whatever happens with this property, legally, you cannot be denied access to your property. And you should always have access to your property, and it's part of the city's responsibility to make sure you do have access to your property. So if another property owner came in and changed the roadway, what I would call a curb cut. Curb cuts, if they're made on a roadway, the property owner that owns that lot that abuts the roadway, and there's a curb cut, that's a property right that the city can't do anything with. It should always remain there unless there's consent with the property owner. So it should alleviate some of your concerns that the access that you have should always remain there. That should never change. The roadway alignment potentially could change with another owner with the city council's approval, but your access should never change. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Council, anybody else like to speak?
Yes, Mayor, based on what you have said, I can just say, yes, change is coming. A lot of things are happening around us. But after speaking to, and I've told you before, it's not like maybe you know this. I've spoken to a lot of homeowners here. When you speak one-on-one with a resident or a homeowner, the people actually who have lived here for almost for the last several years, there are some changes that we have made as a city and decisions that we make. We are a governing body, yes. Whatever we make, we own it. But after facing some of the residents and you see some of the changes, and some are inevitable, and some of them were kind of, according to them, were done with kind of financial kind of goal. And when you look at how the taste that the change left, you can see there's a lot of kind of distrust in that the city just comes and do whatever they want, and then we never follow up and keep up with the promises. I'm hearing the attorney saying, whoever is going to buy that land will come in and they have to provide access. That's good, but we can say all we can, but when that time comes, then the homeowners will be fighting again, trying to get their access, because it's not written everywhere. We just told them the city might work with whoever is gonna develop there to get access. So it's a constant pain and grinding that never works very well. And according to what I've heard from other residents that have been affected by change, is that it works well when you work with the people that are being affected with the change. It normally works much, much better. So based on that, I can say, Mayor, I don't know if it's okay to make a motion.
Go ahead.
So I would like to make a motion to deny with prejudice an ordinance to rezone 3 parcels from single family to SF2 to general commercial district, office, light, retail, neighborhood services, C2. And the reason is there are some issues there that I think we have the capacity as a city to work with the homeowners and address the anxiety that we are just creating that can be addressed, and then we can move forward with the next step. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to deny with prejudice this rezoning. Council, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, so a denial with prejudice means that we're just kicking this can down the road a little bit to where they can't bring it back for a year. Is that what you said? So if you deny with prejudice, then Mr. Griffin can't bring this back for a zoning change for a year. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Gutwa and a second by Shaw to deny with prejudice the rezoning of these 3 parcels from single-family 2 to general commercial district, office, light retail, and neighborhood services C2. Remember that a denial needs a vote of 5 people in order for it to carry because of the P&Z recommendation. So is there any discussion on these motions?
I would vote for that if it had the prejudice removed, but I will not vote for it with, I will not deny it with prejudice.
Okay, then we're not going to be here to sit here and kind of bully other members and make them just amend their motions all night. This motion's either going to fail or it's going to carry. So I think we should carry this one on its own, and a second motion can be made if we want to make a second one without the prejudice. I don't want to get into a war here where we're telling other people how to make motions.
Mayor, you asked for discussion, so he was offering a better solution.
I understand, but I'm just telling you that I'm asking for him to wait on that solution and just, he can state his opinion about the discussion item, but without telling another member how to vote. We got into this at the last meeting where you guys started telling the other people, well, I think you should withdraw your motion, not make that motion. We're not here to bully our other members.
We were trying
all
to
are
make it
entitled to our
easier.
opinion on this decision, and we all can express that in a nice way. All right, we have a motion on the floor to deny with prejudice this rezoning by Gutwa and a second by Shaw.
Okay, Mayor.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir?
So the reason why I can't say, based on the advice from the attorney, with or without, I know how most of us, we know how the government works. So can we be able to fix those issues that they have addressed and work with them and come to a conclusion less than 1 year? Is it possible? The residents are raising some serious issues here about the access and about what's going to come, what's going to be built there, things like that. So there are some, I can hear it. I've read some of the emails that have been sent here. And some of them, those issues have been lingering for many years. So do we have the capacity to be able to work with them? Oh, the city man.
Go ahead, Mr. Sides.
Change is coming. And I think a lot of or I shouldn't say a lot, and part of the concern is we don't know what's going to be there. And we obviously haven't looked at our zoning issues for a while. So that may be something, because again, we have to look at the whole city, what's best for the whole city, the majority. I understand concerns. I think this will increase the value of the property, but obviously they want to keep it in the family, which I appreciate. I've got a cabin that's been in my family the grandfather built, so I can understand that strong feeling of wanting to hang on to legacy. But again, it's whether it's this time or next time, like Rob said. So if the concern is what is their property going to butt up against, we may want to look at another angle and look at it from how do we adjust it to ensure that it's something that we want right across the street from our high school, something that we want that people that are in that neighborhood can butt up against too. And Andy, I don't know what that entails as far as adjusting our zoning and how quickly that can be done or how this will affect things. I've met this gentleman in my office, and I can promise you the ideas that he's had for his property has not been, it's been good ideas for the city. I know that he doesn't And I don't mean this as a knock or anything, but we've got enough smoke shops. He's never come in and said, hey, I want another smoke shop, you know? So that might be an angle that we might want to look at coming from is, hey, let's adjust what can go there, because again, it's right across the street from the high school. I want to make sure whatever goes in there is something that is not going to be a bad influence on the next generation of our, you know, for our children.
I think that's our question. There's just a lot of unknowns at this point. Yes, Mr. Foster?
The part that bothers me about the prejudice is, what if Disneyland wants to come in there in the next month or two? We've delayed it for a year. They're going to go on down the road. I'm just using Disneyland as like best case scenario, but this making these gentlemen wait for a year, in my mind, seems like we're passing up some opportunities. We want to tell our developers that we're, you know, development friendly. We want to work with, get that reputation out there, and here we are, you know, telling somebody we just want to kick the can down the road for a year. I think that's sending the wrong message.
Okay, Mayor, it's not kicking down the can down the road. As you have heard the city manager say, he doesn't know what it will take for us to assure the homeowners and say, this is what the change might look like. It might not be 100%, but this is what the change might look like. And that way it can reassure the homeowners. And most of the homeowners want to support change. The problem is not supporting the change. And the problem is not like nobody knows the change is coming. Everybody who drives around can see change is coming. The thing we are trying to do is, as much as change is coming, let's involve the people that are being affected by that change and be able to build something better, even though sometimes that's not how most people prefer to work. It's just like, do whatever you want and move on. So I'm just saying there's an opportunity here that the homeowners want to work with you. The people who are being affected. They are willing to sit down and work with you and enable that change. And a very good question, how long has that land been on sale? I saw a big sign there. A month, 2 months, 3 months? I might not have an answer. But we are rushing it as if we do this, if we don't do this change, then something might not happen. We can change it to C2. There are a lot of land sometimes there's another land on the other side that has been on sale. So the issue is not about like we are stopping the change or it's going to drag it down.
You're stopping it for a year, Councilman Goodwin.
You're stopping it for this property owner for a year.
Because
That's unfair to him.
Because I don't know what the assurance or how we are going to work with the homeowners to address the issues.
He's got to bring it back. If we deny it tonight, he has to bring it back with whatever he's heard tonight, what the issues are. So I can't speak for him, but if I was in his shoes, I would come back with, the next time I came, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to put Disneyland in there. All right?
Or I'm not going to do two.
And then a very good question. So the landowner, and I'm in the shoes of whoever wants to sell the land. I agree. I can feel the pain on both hands, on both sides. I can see the agency that needs to be done because we have gone through this item before. But what I'm saying is, are you trying to say that the landowner that wants to sell that has to go back and agree with all their neighbors?
That's what you're telling me.
Or they have to work with the city. So it might take a while. I mean, based on what I'm seeing, all the issues, I don't think we can solve it within a week.
But I don't think it's up to us to put that timeline. That's on them. They're the people who want to change it. Let them make their own timeline. That's not on us to give a timeline. We can deny it, and they got to come back with a better reason. Let them work with the homeowners to figure something out.
Okay, there are hands there.
Are we going to go ahead and, Mr. Attorney, are we going to allow comments from them while I have a motion and a second on the floor? I can, all right.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Easley, how long has our property been like that? 25 years. Okay. You have some people there that have a concern. And see, this is what I'm talking about, you guys. It's these, no, let me talk. I'm talking right now. It's these three and these three. And you guys need to get together, doggone it. Come on, guys. You know, what difference does it make if it's a year from now or it's tomorrow? Now, I'm all for change. I like that we have awesomes. I like that we're getting a Tractor Supply. And I want businesses to come in here, but not at the cost of a citizen of Keene, Texas, which you are one. You're an elder in your church. Y'all are, you know, Christians. Let's make it right.
We're trying to do that, sir. I'm standing
I
up.
don't think so.
I'm standing up for these property owners and these property owners. Let
I
them get
understand.
together, but we shouldn't put a timeline on their working together.
Well, I think that will give you the time frame to come to a reasonable solution.
Sir, if you own that property and you had someone come in tomorrow with a pocket full of cash, would you want to wait a year
Yeah.
before you could pull
Yeah.
the trigger?
I'm not, money doesn't mean anything to me.
It does to me,
Property doesn't
gentlemen.
mean.
It does to me. It does to
Well,
the gentleman,
that's,
sure.
I mean, that's your God, not mine, you know? So, I mean, I think you have to listen to the citizen, and that's y'all's problem. Y'all don't listen to the citizen.
Just for the record, there's
Thank you,
over
Mr.
6,000 people that live in this town. I've heard from 3 citizens tonight.
All right, we did receive some letters, though, Mr. Foster, you probably have those in front of you. So,
I believe.
yeah, we did receive some emails, too. All right, yes, Ms. Gillen?
Samantha Gillen, 218 West 4th Street. I've been here, had my office since 2005. I know this gentleman. I have tried to sell his property several times. I do know that he has, time and time and time again, he has tried to sell the property. It has not gone through. If I was in his shoes and I could not get my city to work with me in getting something that the city needs there on my property, first of all, the city should buy the land if they want to and do what they want to with it, give it to the people over here, or have these people purchase it. Nobody wants to harm them. They're going to get a new road. They're going to get access to their property. Nobody's denied them that. You can't landlock their property on them. But at least both people should have a chance to do something with their land. And the city gets the final approval on what can be built there. Is that not correct? In other words, they have to bring you the plans. They have to tell you what they want to put there.
No, we don't get a say
According
in
to the
what-
zoning.
We don't get a say in actually what business they choose, no.
Okay, so if your slaughterhouse there, you couldn't say no?
Not as long as this falls under our land usage for C2, no.
Does that come under C2?
I didn't look up, I didn't see a slaughterhouse. I saw a
Okay.
bunch of other
Well,
stuff.
I'm
I
just
didn't see a
saying, though,
slaughterhouse.
it's not reasonable to expect a person who owns some property, they can't even sell their land in this city. And they shouldn't be, put out either. In other words, everything should try to work it together to where both people can be winners, and rather than always having one person be a loser, which he's been since 2005. And so I'm just saying, consideration is important on both sides, not just on one side. And I think I'd like my privacy too, like these people, very much, but not at the expense of everybody else and also at the expense of the city. We all three should be able to work together to make this happen some way.
I'd like to call the question.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Johnson. Do you want to step forward?
I'd like to call the question.
Call the question of what?
First, I came up here first, Lisa, before he said that, so I want
Okay,
to say
go
my
ahead, Mr.
part.
Johnson.
Ray Johnson. I've been living in this town 25 years, and I promise you one thing, not one of these guys right on this side would want to do the same thing. These people got property over here, one way in, one way out. They said they don't know what they're going to build. So what are these people going to have to go through? That's the principle they need to look at. Not one of them. Chucky cries about this here. When he knew that was coming a long time ago, like he said. Keene is growing. When it happens, it happened. But I wouldn't want somebody coming up my road and don't know who they are. I mean, these people, if I lived there, I would do the same thing they're doing.
Right now, if Mr. Griffin wants to go up his road, he can. He can invite anybody up to his road if he wants to. It's part of his easement as well.
Okay, Mayor, so the the thing that is here that we should not,
I still called the question.
I thought we suspended the,
No.
All right, Mr. Goodwin has the floor.
we
Point of
we
order.
suspended.
We should be able to call the question. Attorney, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I am going to put the motion before the floor.
Right now?
Yes.
No more speaking. It should be done right now.
There was a question that was raised, and I'm just gonna address it, and then we'll
All right,
move
Mr.
on.
Koo will do that, and I'll go
Yes.
ahead and call for the motion.
So this is the thing, don't miss this. Right now, we have like 8 names that I'm seeing here that was sent a notification to regarding this issue. And don't forget, it's not just 8 individuals you are talking to here. There are a lot of homeowners here that I've spoken to that we did almost do the same thing, and they are still not happy about the change that we are trying to do again tonight. So let's address those simple issues. The issue is not the homeowners don't want to change. They are aware of that. But let's do it in a nice way that can be able to allow them to be part of that change. And don't ignore it, rush it through, and then we have to deal with another issue trying to patch it. So let's not ignore that. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Gutwa to deny with prejudice this rezoning of these 3 tracts, and a second by Shaw. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. So the motion is denied, is failed. All right.
I'd like to make a motion to accept all 3 tracks to be commercial C2.
All right, do I have a second? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. Any other motions, council?
I'd like to make a motion for denial of the motion
All right, you're making a...
without prejudice.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to deny without prejudice the rezoning of these 3 tracts by Easley. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion to deny without prejudice by Easley and a second by Shaw. All in favor, raise your hand. Yes, sir.
Did the city attorney at least clarify the first motion because if it failed, would that not mean that the zoning passed?
Yes, it will still take 5 to pass because we're denying it, even without prejudice. Okay, council, so we have a motion.
5?
Yeah, it's going to take 5 council to
75.
deny this motion without prejudice in order for that to carry. All right, so I'm going to call for the vote. Everybody ready? So we have a motion on the floor to deny.
Is there discussion
I'm sorry?
based on that motion? Or discussion, question, clarification? Is there an option for discussion, because after motion we normally?
I can ask for that. Does anybody have any discussion on this motion to deny without prejudice?
Okay, I'm the one who has the question. So without prejudice means the landowner that wants this change can go ahead and tweak a few things and bring it before the council maybe next week.
I don't think he can be that fast, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe they can tweak a few things and come back maybe in 30 days.
60 or 90.
Okay,
Would this come back to council, or would it have
Okay.
to go back to P and Z? It
Okay.
would just come directly back to council? It'll start over again and go back to P and Z. Okay, so they have to bring it back to P and Z, so they would have to wait at least for the next P and Z meeting.
Okay.
And then it would come back to council after that,
okay.
if we deny it without prejudice tonight. So we're looking at least a month or probably, unless P and Z calls a special meeting.
And is that practical for the landowner that is trying to sell to be able to address some of the issues, and also the city part that needs to address some of the issues there.
Well, maybe we can make P and Z make that, well, if it goes back to P and Z, then maybe P and Z can, now that we've kicked it back, can give it a closer look to make sure that this stuff gets addressed before it comes back to council the next time, and then we'll be more ready to vote.
Okay.
To move it forward.
Are we taking into consideration that P and Z did make this motion to approve? I mean, is everybody understanding that it's already been through P and Z and it's coming to our desk?
Did P and Z talk with landowners?
Some of them were there, and there was testimonies, so there was things being said. I watched the video.
And then I have a question. Do you know how many P&Z members who have actually visited the site and see the mess that they need to fix or that needs to be addressed?
What does that have to do with the zoning? Right now, it's just a zoning change. It's not, nobody's building anything.
Oh.
It's just a zoning change.
What you need to be aware of, Mr. Smith, is when P and Z makes these recommendations, sometimes they do it with limited information, sometimes new information comes forward, people have time to process, like these residents are going to be affected, more information gets brought to council, and our decision is actually the final one. So it's easier to make a recommendation to move something forward, knowing that other eyes are going to be looking at it, and that somebody else is going to make the final thing. They know that that's what they're doing, so. All right, so I have a motion on the floor by Easley and a second by Shaw to deny without prejudice. Are we still having a discussion, or are we going to call for a vote? I'm calling for a vote. Okay, I'm not taking any more questions. We're calling for a vote and moving on at 7:41. I have a motion on the floor by Easley and a second by Shaw to deny this application without prejudice for these 3 tracts of land. All in favor, raise your hand. So I have 3, and we need 5 in order for this to carry. Those opposed? 3 opposed. Motion fails. Where does that leave us, Mr. Messer?
Where we began, that no motion to approve or deny has passed, so it just stays in this state.
Okay.
I'm going to remake,
Basically, it hasn't passed, but it doesn't mean that they can't refile, because there's no denial with prejudice. That's my,
Okay.
so it's just hanging there, and so it doesn't pass. So they cannot utilize the property with you requested, so, right. The current zoning remains until it's changed. Can a motion be made?
Yes.
I'd like to make another motion to accept all 3 tracks to be changed from SF2 to C2.
And I'll second that.
Is it okay for us to make the same motion twice? We already made that motion and it failed.
I understand. That's uncharted territory for me after 30-something years. But I don't know why not. I mean, it's not, you can't do it without prejudice, with prejudice, so. Yeah.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to accept by Smith and a second by Foster to accept the rezoning of these 3 tracts of land. All in favor of accepting them as presented, raise your hand. Those opposed? I break the tie and I'm opposed. So motion also fails.
No, it passes.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next agenda item then. Agenda item number 6, consent agenda. No action is going to be taken at this time, everybody. So this was not approved nor denied. All right, moving on to agenda item number 6, consent agenda. I just need to make one change to the minutes, so I need to remove that for a brief discussion. It's the only item under consent. So under our minutes from the
Now,
February
these-
6th meeting, yes, sir?
So do these gentlemen have to go back to P and Z? P and Z approved it.
They can do whatever. That application is the process that did not pass, so it's up to them to decide what they want to do. It's not up to us. happy to talk to you offline if you want, but I think that's the end of the item.
I'm gonna wanna visit with your city attorney, but I think you just by default decree everything. And so I'll have to look at that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Please speak up.
So I think by default you approve of the zone. Because you can only override P and Z's zoning by approval by a majority of 5 votes, and you did not do that.
Yeah, I think he's right.
P and Z vote stands.
P and Z vote stands, it does not supersede the city council's vote. The city council vote is final. Nothing was approved or denied. It stays the way it is, and that's only a recommendation. It's not a final vote, so it doesn't count for any final vote. I'm happy to talk with you tomorrow.
Sure.
Whatever.
Well, I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 6. I just need to make a simple change to the minutes, so I'm pulling that from the consent for discussion. And under item number 7F, I just wanted a little bit of extra verbiage because to me it was unclear if somebody was to read these minutes later, what took place during this vote. This is when we reappointed Philip Jackson and Chris Rowe to the Planning and Zoning. The way it's written, it just shows that we were considering 3 appointments, but it fails to indicate that we received in our staff report that Miguel Espinosa did not want to be reappointed. So I just wanted a little verbiage there that the city secretary maybe could make just to say that it was reported to us that Miguel Espinosa did not want to be reappointed. Then we made a motion to just pick the 2. It just clarifies a little bit more about why we didn't pick the 3. Does council have any other changes they want to make to the minutes? Yes, sir.
Just one clarification on, excuse me, public comments
Okay.
with Mr. Ray Johnson's comments. The last sentences, Councilman Foster announced that the property had already cleaned up the situation in question. I need to say, or amend it to say that what you could see from the road had been cleaned up. That was, I believe, what I exactly said. What you can see from the road has been cleaned up. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you get that, Holly? Okay.
And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes with the discussions, the corrections discussed.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve the minutes with corrections discussed by Foster and a second by Smith. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion is carried. We abstain? Yeah, you weren't here. Okay, that's what I thought. Easley's abstaining. Okay, before we move on, I'm just going to take like a 5-minute recess because we've kind of had a very lengthy part of the meeting so far. And so it's 7:48 p.m. I'm just going to call about a 5-minute recess. a seat. Make sure your cell phones are still silenced. Okay, I'm calling the council back into order at 8:00 p.m. My 5 minutes went a little further. All right, so we are ready for agenda item number 7A. So council, everybody just take a deep breath before we get into this one. This has some discussion items in there that might be something that we have not discussed before as a group. So let's all show decorum and respect toward each other's opinion. And I'm going to have the city attorney in a minute weigh in on some of this as to whether or not it can even be done. So that way he can give us some information that will help us in the future. Okay, so agenda item number 7A, I'm going to read the whole thing, and then we're going to have the city attorney talk for a minute, and then we're going to address each one individually, because there's 3 parts to this. So review, discuss, and give direction to staff to create a policy regarding 1, members of the city council serving on appointed boards, commissions, and committees of the city. Number 2, members of the public serving on 2 different boards, commissions, and committees simultaneously. And number 3, members of the boards, commissions, and committees being a close relative to a member of the city council and/or to another board, commission, or committee member. Do you want me to do this one at a time and then you'll weigh in individually? All right, let's go ahead and look at 7A, Part 1, and let's just go through that one. So we're talking about giving direction to staff to create a policy regarding members of the city council serving on appointed boards, commissions, and committees of the city. So Mr. Messer is going to let us know there are some state laws in regards to some boards and whether you can serve as a council member on them or not.
Yeah.
So he's going to run through that with
Yeah,
us.
Happy to talk about that. By statute, the city council members are allowed to be appointed to an EDC Type A and an EDC Type B. I think under A, up to 5 members can be from the council, and on B, up to 4. But that's a discretionary policy decision by the council, whether it's 0, 1, 2, or whatever you want. And there was some concern voiced at the last meeting about what that looks like, appearance of impropriety. I'm not speaking to that. I'm speaking to the legality of being on that board. Okay. The other types of boards that you may be talking about is planning and zoning and board of adjustment. So both of those are probably considered officers of the city, and it would probably be a dual office holding prohibition, so that council members could not be on those boards. Potentially, if the council wanted to, you may be able to have a policy so that a council member could serve ex officio and not really be a member of the board. That probably would be allowed, but you wouldn't really be a member of that board.
You mean an advisory type?
Yes, that's what that would be. So I hope that helps or clarifies. They would be non-voting, yep.
Okay, so can we make any policy making that more restrictive than what the state has already allowed then? If you're telling us, say, on Type A board,
Yeah,
the state is
good.
saying that you can have up to 5 council members on Type A, can this council make a policy that says we're only going to allow 1 or 2 or whatever?
Yes,
Okay,
but then you're gonna, unless that policy's changed, you're gonna bind future council members.
but they can come back, future council members, and change the policy.
could.
Yeah, because the policy can be rechanged every time we
They could,
have a new election, get new members.
that's true.
Okay, so we can be more restrictive than the state on the other boards. Council just can't serve on BOA or P&Z. Okay, as to the second part, I'll just go ahead and move on. Members of the public serving on 2 different boards, commissions, and committees simultaneously.
Wait, Mayor,
So is there any, yes, sir?
all we discussed was the boards. What about the commissions and the committees?
You mean for what? For serving on them?
Yeah,
He's speaking to the boards. Is it the same for the commissions and the committees?
well, it shouldn't be.
It really is going to depend upon what you're specifically talking about. Can you give me?
Well, I'm thinking of like serving on the Christmas committee.
Christmas
Or-
market.
Or, some kind of, maybe we got seemed like there was another. Starfest, yeah, Starfest, yeah.
I don't know those, but I don't know why that would be prohibited.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. If we limit members of the council to one, it says serving on boards, commissions, and committees of the city,
Sure.
where is it going to be none, one? I mean, this just, we're going to get in the weeds on this, and I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze as far as I'm concerned. That's just where I'm at.
Okay. All right, the second part is members of the public serving on two different boards. So this would be like somebody that was out here speaking tonight, what if they were on the A board, the B board? So the only boards they can't be on would be on the BOA and PNC. A member of the public could not serve on those two boards, same as we can't, right? Not necessarily?
No, it's totally different. It's totally different. They're not prohibited from serving on any of those boards.
Okay, so they
Y'all can
serve-
appoint them.
We could have one member of the public serve on all of our boards? They could be on A, B, and P and Z and BOA?
It depends on the board. Okay, so you have to look at the board and determine whether they're an officer of the city.
Okay.
And then if they report to, who they report to. So there's differing rules depending upon the committees. And one rule is a prohibition against dual office holding for a monument. That's like an 1800s constitutional provision. Emolument means with pay. So if the boards are not with pay, they could probably serve on both boards. I would not recommend that, but I'm not saying, it's probably legal if you did that. As long as they're not being paid in any way.
Okay.
Tell us why you wouldn't recommend that.
In my view, what you're talking about are advisory boards, independent advisory boards. And you're not going to get the same independence if you have somebody that's on both boards. Maybe it's a great thing, but you're starting to dilute the independence of both boards if you do that. That's just my personal view. It doesn't, that and, 25 cents won't buy you a cup of coffee.
When you say both boards, are you talking P and Z and Board of Adjustment?
Yeah, it would depend on the board, yes. I wouldn't do that, but I'm saying I don't think that's legally prohibited.
What about A and B boards?
It would be the same. It'd be the same. I mean, if some cities have a hard time getting participants, and that's a practical reason. I don't know the involvement of your residents. I'm just looking at it kind of hypothetically. So.
I have some comments regarding this.
Can you use your microphone?
As I said, I have some comments regarding this, and I don't want to belabor this, but I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about it. I think council members that hold significant power over other board members. I think they look up to councilmen. They feel like they have more stake into it than most do. As a result, their attendance can be influential, especially their opinions. And I think that's a problem. While someone may claim that they're speaking for themselves, it doesn't diminish the fact that they have boards making decisions. They have a board making decision policy there. The council's significant influence can undermine the board's role as an independent advisory body. Now, I'm not trying to say that we need to take over the boards. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there are some things that we should look at and let the public know that we're not letting ourselves in any kind of position to have it look like we're influencing our thoughts on other people. So when we establish these boards, the council has demonstrated a desire for independent decision-making, but a council member's involvement in these boards erodes that independence. All board members receive meeting minutes, and they stay informed to ensure they draw conclusions based on a balanced foundation. And that's just a simple fact. However, if the council members serve on the boards, they may access information not available to other council members who are not on these boards. So if a council member is on other boards and I'm not, another council member is not, then I don't have all the information unless I go to every one of those meetings and look at it and decide for myself. So this can influence the board's deliberations or how the agenda is presented to the council. Has a lot of effects on things. To avoid ethical concerns, all council members should wait for the board's complete recommendation before making a decision. This preserves the board's independence and the integrity of the council's decision-making process. So to minimize the risk, the council members exerting undue influence and disrupting the board's independence, council members should avoid direct involvement in a board membership, regardless of their intent. Now, I keep hearing the same thing. We don't have enough people to cover our boards. That's why we're doing this. That's why a council member is. That's why we have several people that are on, play duplicate rules between A and B. I don't really buy that anymore, okay? It has been the case probably over the years, but there's people moving in. I've had a lot of people come to me and say, you know, I would like to do that, but they're kind of afraid of everything up here. They're just scared. I don't think that we should have anybody look at us as council members or even board members and think that we may have two different things in mind, or we may have things in mind for ourselves. So let's not even give the public that kind of look. I'm open to discussion about it.
And you're talking just specifically about the boards, right? Not the commissions or committees. They could be on a Starfest committee or all that.
Right, I
but
mean, that's,
You're just looking at
that's
board.
almost advisory just in itself.
Your concern is just not, let's have a policy that says that council members don't serve on any other boards, and we let that open up to public so that when these ideas come to us, they come to us fresh, and we don't have any say in it or manipulation of the information and stuff to lead them to a certain direction that we know we're gonna be on council and vote for. That's what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes.
And could we create that policy that we?
And, you know,
no
this
council members can
has
serve on
nothing-
Other boards, and specify the boards, like A, B, P and Z, BOA, and not commissions, not committees.
And this has nothing to do with my fellow council members. If you're on a board, I know you are, Chuck. I respect your decisions, I respect your integrity, but I'm talking, the public doesn't need to look at it and think that. That in itself is harmful.
Well, I appreciate that. To the best of my recollection, when a type B board item has come before city council, I've recused myself from those votes because I've already previously voted on it. I get the whole thing about the knowledge and information. You talked about independence of the boards versus council, yet you went against the type A's recommendation last week, and I watched the entire city council meeting online. Glad we have that availability. That's also a way for us to also view those type A, type B, and P and Z meetings when we can't attend them, is through those video conferencing. So I was on type B prior to being a city council member. It wasn't against any law, and so I followed that.
And we've gotten mixed messages on whether we can attend as a council a board meeting or not. I've been told from different attorneys that I can't because it makes a quorum. So even if you're not sitting next to each other, you can't attend another board meeting because there's a quorum present. And then another attorney told us you could. So we don't know. Yeah.
Mr. Brown clearly laid that out 2 months ago that we could. He just
I know,
advised
but
that we
I had been told
separate.
before that we couldn't, that's what I'm saying. So it just depends on the attorney, and
Well, this guy wrote the book on it. Let's hear what he
is this follow along with the agenda item that
Okay.
we can discuss?
So, sure.
Okay.
So what you're talking about is the Open Meetings Act and the requirements of posting an agenda for a meeting, which is a defined term under the Open Meetings Act, and whether the quorum is present where public business is being discussed. That's really the essence of what TOMA governs. And so what you're talking about, from what I understand what you're talking about, is if there is a quorum that is present at a board meeting, that's a problem. That is a meeting that's not been posted, and it's a violation of TOMA. and that should not happen. Now, if you want to post a possible quorum there ahead of time to take care of that, go for it all day long. That would be fine in my view. I think that's perfectly legal. But if it's not posted, that's illegal. So,
Even if there's no conversation.
yeah, so let me address that. So, the Attorney General takes a very liberal view of deliberation, which is the term used in the Open Meetings Act. Their view of what deliberation is if you have a quorum present and one person speaks and 3 or 4 listen, that's deliberation. No matter if there's a vote or anything exchanged. It's simply listening, and it involves public business. So, for example, there was an opinion from a federal court in West Texas that defined a walking quorum for the first time. Walking quorum is a sequence of communications or texts or emails that are not simultaneous, that not everybody participates in, but a quorum gets. That is a TOMA violation. So it's the same type of thing as what you're talking about. Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know what other, yeah.
Okay, so we can't attend, but we do have these meetings on live stream, so we can all, in the comfort of our own homes, watch these meetings
Sure,
on live
but-
stream.
But if you, again, if you post a possible quorum, which maybe that's the
And
answer.
she can just post that for every meeting.
Yeah.
If
then-
she
then you
posts that for every meeting, we're covered.
Do it all day long, yeah.
Okay, that's something
That's
else
the
we can
practical
look at then.
answer.
But the
Okay.
essence of what.
Sorry. It's taking more work for.
So I'd like to make another comment.
She'll just get it and copy paste every, she just has to write it once.
I'd like to make another comment. I did some research, and I looked at different cities, what they're doing around us. This is a general synopsis of it, okay? 4 of them said, we don't allow it. We don't allow council members to be on these different boards. One of them did say that they do allow it under an advisory type position. One did say that they allow it all day long, that they feel like they needed that education, that information from the council member because they're looked up at and they know more generally about it than most. But that city was very, very small. They needed council members to be there too. I keep hearing that same argument in our city, that we're so small that we need duplication. We don't. We have enough people moving in now. We have enough people that will volunteer. But what we have is a basis, a kind of a mode of let's just keep our own people within these boards. And call me what you want to call me, but I see that. I see that. It doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean anything other than that's how I perceive it. And I think we'll see that tonight when it comes to the A board that we're going to be looking at. It's exactly the same thing. So, why give that perception to anybody at all, one citizen, when we can avoid that? Unless we really feel like we're so smart that they need our help. I don't think that's the case.
Since we actually have this on the agenda, and I was asking this at the last meeting, but it wasn't the time to talk, can the mayor serve on any of these boards? I'm a member of the city council. Is there any difference in my title that says I can't be on the A board, B board? It's still, okay, no deciphering. Okay, that's what I thought. Not that I'm going to apply, but I just, yes, Mr. Shaw, did you want to say something?
I've got a question.
Okay.
Sorry. We're having trouble getting members for A board and B board. Is it because of the time of the meetings? One's at 9:30 in the morning, and one's at 3:30 in the
The A
afternoon.
board meets on a Wednesday at 9, and the B board meets at 3:30 on a Tuesday.
Well,
How many people is that cut out?
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, if we were to move it in the evenings on the same day, would that give us more options for more people to do it when they're not working?
I believe each board has their own bylaws that they have to follow, so each board, I think, would have to determine what time they want to meet.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
Well, that was just
each
a-
board sets their own, and I've had issues with meeting the 3:30 type B board. I missed it this week because I was working in Whitney. For me to make that meeting, I need to leave at like 2 o'clock. completely ruins my afternoon, ruins my workday. I've talked to Mr. Stevens about moving it. It works convenient for him. So,
Well, I mean, I'm I'm not saying move it or whatever, but if you want more people involved in it,
Yeah.
make it more
looks like you
convenient.
would want to move it, yeah, to make it more accommodating for other people to get on the board.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, most normal people work from 7 to 5, 8 to 5, whatever. Or they work nights, and if you work nights, you're not going to make a 9 o'clock board because you're at home sleeping.
Mayor?
Mr. Johnson, did you want to say something?
Ray Johnson, when I was on council, people wouldn't show up no matter what. Reason they don't show up, you could go up my neighborhood, people that voted for me. Reason they don't come is because nothing gets done, they say. And it don't. I mean, arguing and fighting about things or don't want to agree with each other because, you know, it don't make no sense. I mean, when you hear people say, nobody shows up, we had an older couple to come, what happened? They quit coming because they tired of hearing about it. Brett, what'd he say? He couldn't do nothing because you guys wouldn't let him do nothing. None of us would let him do nothing. So what do? You know, if you do this, you're wrong. If you do that, you're right. So, you know, council just need to get together and figure out what they really need to do. Not 3 against 3, 2 against 3, what like that. You know, some of them won't not like it, but it's the fact. You can see it. Like the gentleman said tonight. It's not no dumb sight you can see.
Oh, I think we proved that this evening, voting across chairs this evening.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Foster?
Yeah, so in light of this conversation about the time of the meetings, we can't?
Type A and Type B board are independent. We can't dictate what time they meet.
No, I thought you said we can't table it.
Oh, no, that,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table this until we talk to the respective chairman to see about changing the time. Otherwise, we may lose some people, so we don't have a quorum when type A or type B meets. So I make a motion that we table it. I'm not opposed to the idea, but I just think that right now might not be the time to pull the trigger on it.
Okay, I don't think the time is on these 3 items that we are talking about. It was idea that you are raising. I'm saying I don't think the time is here. He's saying to table the time, but I don't think it is.
No, I'm tabling the motion.
Table the motion.
Table the motion.
To discuss the time, is what Mr. Foster is saying. Table the motion so that they can meet with the presidents of the boards or whatever to discuss the time.
Okay, but I'm just saying that, yes, it's a good kind of motion, but without it, still these 3, we can talk about these 3.
Yeah.
And then time can come in as an independent.
Right. That was just a question.
Yes,
Can the times be changed? Would we get more people
Yeah.
involved in it?
yes.
He just needs to make a motion that we're just tabling the discussion on these items to a later date without mentioning time. We're not making it because we don't have a time on the issue, is what you're trying to say.
It just says give direction to staff, so we don't even need to make a motion. We can just call this
Yeah.
a dead topic, correct?
You can make a motion, but this is review, discuss, and give direction to staff. So I can just call for a consensus, and we'll just see if there's anything to move forward with, because that's really what we need to do here. This is giving direction to staff to create the policy. The policy will then come back, and then we're going to vote on the policy at that point, I believe, right? Or would we throw it into consent? We'd still re-vote on it? Whatever you want to do. It could still be for a future discussion to come in.
Can we let
Ms. Gillen, did you want to say something before I do this?
Yes, please. Okay, our type A board, the board decided what time they wanted to meet according to their jobs and stuff so that they could be there. Now, to me, it should be left up to the boards to decide on what time they want to meet. Now, if we get new people in, 4 more new people or 5 more new people, I can change my schedule. Some of them cannot. I prefer an earlier one. I'd rather meet at 8 rather than 9. But some of them had their board meetings with their people or assigning their jobs before 9 o'clock, so if they could get to work and then they could be to our meeting. So it depends on the board, it depends on the people and their jobs. And we're not trying to keep anybody from being on the boards, we want them to. And we had one that changed told his boss that he wanted to be there for the 9 o'clock meeting and that he would stay an hour later and work that day so that he could be there earlier. So people will make arrangements if they want to be on the boards. That's part of volunteering. So I'm just saying, I think it should be up to the boards what time they want to meet.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, we need to put the time thing aside because that's
Yeah.
a whole nother
Yeah. Well, I'm
agenda
just
item.
making
So
that point.
that was just a suggestion that came up during the discussion. Yeah, we're not going to go back to the boards at this point and make a motion on time.
Do
Come
we
here.
want to discuss the third option before we didn't get to number 3?
Yeah, ma'am, maybe, does that clarify, like, the time is a separate thing that is not out of, no, it's not, it doesn't go along with these 3?
Well, that's fine. I mean,
Yes.
we were talking about board members, and I thought I would bring up the time while we were talking about board members.
And I support that, yes.
Yeah, it's a factor.
And there's no second to the motion that I made, so it died.
We have a motion, yeah, we have a motion, no second, so that motion failed for the motion to table for lack of second. Okay, so we can go on to number 3 if you want, Mr. Easley, and discuss this briefly, and then I'll call for a consensus on all 3. How about that? Number 3 is members of the boards and commissions and committees being a close relative to a member of the city council and/or to another board, commission, or committee member. So how do we feel about if we have people that are related to each other serving on 2 different boards, or we say have our son, daughter, husband, spouse, whatever that's to the council member serving on a board? How do we feel about that?
Well, Mayor, what I'd like to know is, do we have any of that going on right now?
Don't believe so, but we
I don't
have had in the
I don't know
past.
everybody, and I don't know.
We have had in the past, but I don't think we have right now.
Okay.
Well, we've got Cheryl Schramm and Wes Schramm. I take that back. Type A board has Wes Schramm, and Type B board has Cheryl Schramm. So we have a husband and wife serving on 2 different boards. That would be a close relative.
Well, and if you're talking about commissions, Mom's on the Starfest and the 4th of July, but I'm not gonna buck her. I'm gonna do what she says. I promise you.
And then we have,
Good boy.
on the other item that we were discussing, serving on 2 different boards, we have Cody Thornton, who's serving on the Board of Adjustments. He's also serving on the Type A board. So we have 1 citizen, as far as I know, not related to a council member, serving on 2 boards, Type A and Board of Adjustments.
Is that the only one?
I'm sorry?
Is Cody the only person?
That's Cody, yeah, Cody Thornton. Am I pronouncing that right? Yeah, so we have 1 person right now serving on 2 different boards. We have 1 husband and wife serving on 2 different boards. I think that's it for the moment. Okay.
Are we saying close relatives? What's the definition
Close
of
relative
that?
is usually husband, wife, son, daughter.
Okay.
Usually, I believe that's,
Same household, I would-
is that what you were thinking? Yeah, it would be a child or a parent, a child, parent, or spouse is what I would think of a close relative.
If a father and a daughter, if a father and a daughter don't live in the same house, I think that's just fine. But if they live in the same house and they can speak among each other and try to influence one to do what they want
That
them
would
to
be a
do,
close relative.
that's a different story.
Okay, so let me just see if we have a consensus to move forward at this point. So, number 1, members of the city council serving on appointed boards, commissions, and committees of the city. So do we have anybody that wants to create a policy regarding any part of that, if it's just maybe council serving on boards and not the other?
Yes, I do.
Okay? All right,
Yes,
so-
oh,
You want to just do it as a motion, or do you want to just do it as a consensus?
I'm not sure how to do this motion
Okay.
right now.
Just give direction. Okay, so,
Yeah.
okay, so, are we going to talk about boards, commissions, committees, or just boards?
I'd just like to talk about boards.
Just the boards.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Chapman would like to give consensus that we create a policy regarding members of the council not serving on appointed boards. All right, do I have a consensus to move forward with creating that policy, that members of the council would not serve on appointed boards?
I give you consensus or whatever you want, but yes.
So all you have to do is just kind of raise your hand. Go ahead and give me a raise your hand. Okay, not serving on the board? Okay, all right, we have 3. All right, and those opposed? It's got to be 3. I'm going to tie break on a consensus. So my consensus is that members of the city council should not serve on appointed boards. So I'm going to break the tie in favor of the consensus. Okay, for the second part, members of the public serving on 2 different boards, commissions, and committees simultaneously. So that would be like Cody, that would affect Cody Thornton, who's serving on type A and BOA. If we make a decision on this one to move forward with a policy, it would affect him at some point in the future. Does anybody want to move forward on this item? Okay. No consensus to move forward on this one?
I'll second.
Leave it as is? And let members of the public serve on 2 different boards?
Yes.
Just leave that one as is?
I don't want them serving on, I'm saying, serve on one board, that's it.
Yeah, he
Okay,
said
you
one
want
board. not-
members of the public to serve on 1 board only?
I'll second that.
Okay, hold on. Who seconded that? Is that you, Shaw? Who seconded that? Who was saying that? Okay, y'all confusing
But-
me here. Look, this is gonna be a long night. Okay, so
I
I
have-
have a kind of a motion consensus on the floor by Foster that members of the public should only serve on 1 board. Okay, 1 board only. Okay, so raise your hand if you're for
Okay.
that consensus.
Mayor, I have a question and then, I have a question. So, because I want to support or, I have to make a decision based on that. So, we have current members who are currently exercising this privilege. So once we say no member of the public should do that, so does that mean that Cody has to,
So after we create the
Resign
policy
from
and bring
one?
it back to council and vote on it, then yes, we would have to go to those members and tell them to choose 1 board, and they would have to withdraw from the other board.
Or part of that policy, would he finish his seat and then not be reelected?
He should.
Or part of we
We could
developed
do
a
that.
policy.
We could do that. We could look at their term and theoretically, yes, we could decide that as well.
That would give us time to fill too, because otherwise, right now, the BOA, not that we've needed them, but right now, if we go down 1, we're dead in the water, correct?
Wait, they're more than that on B of A. There's more than 2?
Well, if you develop a policy with family members, it would take out Mr. Schramm, and then Cody's on A, and then that would, it really just leaves Mr. Colindres and Mrs. Gillen
But Mrs. Gillen is on type A,
on A.
so we wouldn't allow her to be on both. By
No,
setting,
I'm just saying, if you create a policy that they can only serve on 1, that takes out Cody Thornton, should he resign. And then if you create a policy where immediate family members can't serve on boards.
We haven't gotten to that one
boards.
yet. That's 3.
Right. Well, but this is what Mrs. Gillen is trying to go with, is that it may cause Mr. Schramm to also resign, and that leaves only 2 board members on the A board.
Okay, so going back to number 2,
Let's not chop our feet off.
okay, going back to number 2, I have a consensus of Shaw, Chapman, Foster, and Smith for number 2 to say that members of the public can only serve on 1 board. Anybody else want to add to that consensus? I didn't see your vote, Mr. Goodwood. Did you want that or not? I had 4 already, so I have a consensus to move forward with number 2, so I guess it is irrelevant. Okay. It's not irrelevant?
I'll change my vote. Yeah, there's no.
This is a consensus, yeah, not really a vote, but,
Well, I would say if we even if we go through with consensus, let them finish their terms out
Absolutely.
okay.
and then see what happens from there. And we can always come back and change it if we don't get any more people, but let them finish their terms out.
I agree with that.
Can I offer a suggestion? Maybe we should just focus on the council people not serving on other boards and leave everything else alone. until we get more people that fill vacant seats, and maybe we don't have Cody Thornton on 2 boards, and, I mean, and somebody gets on B of A. and-
So,
and West-
so by letting them finish their terms, that's what we're doing. Correct? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, are we clear that we're moving forward on number 2, that members of the public can only serve on 1 board? Okay, so number 3, members of the boards now, commissions and committees being a close relative to a member of the city council, to another board, commission, or committee member. And we're going to define close relative as a spouse, a parent, or a child. Okay, so how do we feel about that one? Does anybody want to move forward to create a policy that members of the boards cannot be related to other board members, or members of the council that can't be related to?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I have a question too. Under the same roof, we are living in a technology, time where you don't need to live in the same house. If you have a phone and you are related, or you go to a restaurant, still it's. Yes.
Whether you're related or not, you can pick up the phone and call somebody. So that's irrelevant.
But I think what we are trying to address is the appearance of, the trust that these boards are making independent decisions, and then they are forwarding it to council to make independent kind of decision based on that. And that's, I think, the intent.
So the living under the same house goes to a father and a son, mother and daughter. They live in different houses. They're going to have different opinions. They're not going to see eye to eye. They will sometimes, they won't other times. So we need to keep it. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, amen to that one.
You're going to end up having to get more specific. You start getting into houses. What if you put them in the backyard in an efficiency apartment or a shed or something? Is it the same house, or is there a different house? It's the same residence, same address. Okay, so I need somebody to give me direction on number 3. Members of the boards being a close relative of another member of the council or another board.
I think we should leave that one alone.
So no close relatives? All right, so I'm going to call for a show of hands that says that a member of the board should not be a close relative to a member of the city council or to another board. I'm going to take off the commission and the committee part and make that not relevant. So I want a show of hands for who agrees that members of the boards should not be a close relative to a member of the city council or to another board member. Raise your hand. All right, we have 3, 4. And those opposed? Okay, I'm going to break the tie that a member of the board cannot be a close relative to a member of the city council and or to another board member. Okay, so to sum up, our giving direction to staff to create a policy, the policy that we want that we want the staff to bring back to council is that members of the city council cannot serve on appointed boards, and that members of the public can only serve on 1 board, and that members of the boards cannot be a close relative to another member of a city council member or to another board member. We said city council member and/or another board member.
What if we just said that they couldn't be a close relative to a city councilman? That seems to make more sense to me if we're worried about these optics that are so, that we're influencing them because we're on the council. The fact that my son serves on P&Z should be irrelevant to the fact that I'm on.
This goes back to Mr. Don Beeson and Mr. Donnie Beeson serving on 2 boards, and they have an extra grant against that. So.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 7B. Review, discuss, and consider an appointment to the Keene Economic Development Type A Board to fill a vacancy for a term ending March of 2027. This item was tabled from the last meeting. We had a recommendation from the Type A Board to appoint Troy Smith to fill this vacancy. At that time, they also had an application for Philip Jackson. And I understand that in the meantime, since we tabled this and our meeting today, that another application for Gwen Beeson has been received.
In light,
So-
in light of what we just discussed, I would appoint Gwen Beeson to be on type A, since if we appoint Troy or Philip, they would be in violation of what we just discussed.
Second.
Okay, would that not be a violation of what we just discussed, though? If you appoint Gwen Beeson, isn't her son still on a board?
They don't live together.
Is Donnie Beeson not on a board?
They don't live together.
Donnie Beeson is on the Type B board, is that not
They
her son?
don't live together.
I'm sorry, can you,
I'm just,
wait for me to finish talking and then you can talk, because I can't hear you when I'm talking.
They don't live in the same house.
I didn't mention same house, I just mentioned close relative. It wasn't in my
we
consensus.
just talked about.
They had discussion about that, but that wasn't what I asked for in my consensus. I said they had to be a close
This
relative.
hasn't passed anyway. So if the,
I know.
if the motion and the second's on the floor, then hey, we got to vote it.
Okay, well, we can let the motion stand then. At the moment, we haven't created the policy yet. So,
Exactly.
okay, so I have a second?
I did.
You seconded it? Okay. We have a motion on the floor to appoint Gwen Beeson to the Keene Economic Development Type A Board to fill a vacancy for a term ending March 2027 by Easley and a second by Smith. Any further discussion on this motion?
Okay, may I have a question? I don't know, I received an email. I'm sorry I wasn't present in the previous meeting that we had because of the schedule conflict. I received an email here from one of the applicants that did apply to Type A board. And this, the applicant was turned in the application promptly, ahead of time, before anybody else was able to apply. And then for some reasons, the application was denied for some reasons. And then there was kind of some discussion to get more application, and more application came in. And then probably, Troy, you were requested to help with Type A board there from the previous motion that was made last week, several weeks ago. So my concern here is our process. Why will we go through that even though somebody has applied and they are capable of performing? I know the boards have their bylaws, they can make their decisions, but I'm just saying, how does it look when somebody applies and then we go into kind of a separate discussion trying to disqualify the candidate, and then buy more time, get another candidate, and then approve the candidate very quick, and then ignore the other candidate? Like, how does it look to the public when that process plays out like that?
What other
Because the candidate, presented himself. There were questions that you were supposed to ask.
What other candidate?
I think, for the record, it was Philip Jackson.
Well, he already serves on a board, and if we push what we just talked about, he'll serve on 2 boards. Gwen only has a son under another house.
I understand. Okay, I understand what
You're
you're
double
saying.
talking.
No. I understand. I'm
It's getting
saying.
late, Thomas. Can we get
Okay,
moving past?
we are trying to avoid something here, ignore something here. Why are we trying to frustrate some of the candidates and taking them through a lot of hoops, while other candidates, you're trying to, like the candidate you are voting for, when did she apply?
It's on my paper that she's here. The other 2 candidates, if we do what we just discussed previously, they will be ineligible.
No, I'm addressing the letter that was sent to me.
What, from whom?
from Philip Jackson.
He's on the list.
I understand, but I'm asking, are we doing that to other applicants?
Do you want to go back and review what we previously just talked about, where a person can serve on 2 boards?
Item number 2.
Okay,
You're asking, it's irrelevant.
it's not irrelevant.
No, it
I'm
is
saying,
irrelevant. He can't serve
okay,
on 2 boards.
maybe
Look at what we're gonna
you
do.
can address that.
Mr. Gutwell,
Yes.
number one, you guys tabled it the last time. We voted on Troy Smith. He's on council, but y'all tabled it last time. And then Mr. Jackson is on another board. He's a chairman of another board. Gwen Beeson is off of the council. She's on no other boards, and she is retired, and she is willing to come in and volunteer. So we now have voted for her because we couldn't have the one we voted for the first time. Mr. Jackson is already the chairman of another board. So I don't see the problem here. If you guys want to appoint the person to come on the board, then appoint them. But we voted for who we wanted on there.
But I'm just saying.
Twice now.
I'm just saying it appears
I
from
know.
the letter.
We didn't appear in anything. Mr. Jackson is an honorable man. He's a very, very good man. He is very, very intelligent. He is awesome on the Planning and Zoning Committee. But we just chose not to vote to have him on the Type A board. We voted for who we wanted. You didn't like it. It was tabled. We voted for Gwen Beeson. Evidently, you don't like that either. So what do you want us to do as a board? Either we can vote for the people we want on there, or we can't. I understand you need to approve them, but what's wrong with Miss Beeson? She's retired. She's not on a board.
One of the items that we were just talking about is you can't be related to another board member. So the
But
conflict.
they don't, again, she lives with her husband, he lives with his wife. They're not
understand
living in
that,
the
but-
same house.
I understand that. We didn't get that far into the
We did
discussion as
discuss
to
it.
whether they have
It
to
was-
live with them or not live with them.
We did discuss it. It
Well,
was discussed here.
It was discussed, it just, you didn't read it off that way.
I didn't read that off as a
Well, we wanted it on there. It was
So I didn't
council.
read that off. So if you appoint her tonight, then would she then complete her term before if we haven't brought this policy back yet, as we were
Well,
just discussing also?
Well, I think
They
so,
would get to
'cause-
complete their term before they would get kicked off that board.
We agreed that everyone else would complete their term.
Once we create that policy, was that what we also discussed?
Plus, I think there was,
So if this passes tonight and Gwen Beeson gets on the board, then we create a policy that says that you cannot be a close relative, and we say that you can't even not live in
We
the
agreed
same
that it was
house.
living under the same roof, okay?
Well, it depends on how we come back with a policy. That's what
we
I'm
just-
saying.
Mayor, we just directed staff to say that. I don't know where, how.
she didn't read that part
didn't
out, though.
read
She
that
didn't
part
direct it.
off.
We directed staff, she did not direct staff that way.
The council asked staff that if they lived under the same roof, that negated them from serving on 2 councils.
Cheryl and Wes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Cheryl and West.
So, Mayor, the thing is, I mean, we can talk about around it, and maybe, dance around it and move on. I'm just saying, based on what I read, the effort that went on disqualifying the candidate that was able to put the application in the first time, it did apply to 2 boards. Both were dismissed. And there was an effort to get him from P&Z too. So I'm just saying, let's not create that kind of atmosphere where we are trying to technically squeeze some people out while we are trying to allow others in. And that's the thing.
I'm not. You're the one trying to cut everybody out. I'm trying to keep everybody in their boards.
No, that's not what the letter says.
What letter? I never received a letter from Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, maybe you can come.
Well, I just mentioned that when I...
Maybe you can speak to the mic.
In my email, I just mentioned that when I initially applied for the Type A board and attended all the meetings where my name was in consideration, that when it actually came time to appoint or to nominate someone for that board, my application had been eliminated. And so it was never even considered when it came time to make a recommendation to the city council. And so I just indicated to those I thought, might be sympathetic to my cause, that information.
So you did not send that letter out to everybody?
No, no, I did not.
You didn't
Why?
send the letter out to everybody?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, that's what I would ask.
Well, I just said because I sent it to the people that I felt would be sympathetic to my cause.
So you don't think that you have enough power to sway someone's vote? Or their mind, change their mind? You don't think I'm open-minded enough? I really take offense to that.
Well, I've read some of your Facebook comments concerning some of my comments, and so, yes, I felt you were very
So
argumentative.
you don't like my political stance? It's a personal thing then.
All
Okay.
right, I have a motion on the
Thank you.
floor in a second. Let me go ahead and call for a vote. We have a motion on the floor to appoint Gwen Beeson to the Keene Economic Development Type A Board to fill a vacancy for a term ending March 2027 by Easley and a second by Smith. All in favor, raise your hand. The motion is carried. It's unanimous.
It was unanimous.
What are we doing here, guys?
Okay, agenda item number 7C, review and discuss and consider the reappointment of Charles Easley to the Keene EDC Type B Board.
I rescind my name from that nomination. Let's skip it.
You're rescinding yours? Okay.
Can I,
Do we have any other applicants that we received?
can I, can I address that real quick?
Okay,
Mr. Easley's term ends what, this next meeting?
it's ending anyway.
So why don't we just table that and then appoint somebody new for the time, for that right now, instead of, we don't have to tell him he's off. We just need to appoint somebody else for that. Or do we need to go back to type?
They have to bring a
They
nomination.
have to bring a nomination. Is that,
Yeah.
All right,
Let
we do
Mr.
have some-
Easley finish out his term.
yeah.
Well, I will.
Yeah, his term ends the end of this month.
I was joking.
So, yeah. Okay, so we do have some other applications for the Type B Board that we can go ahead and consider and make a motion on tonight. We can appoint,
Not until type,
Jimmy
not
Atala?
until, not until
No.
type B does
Type B
that.
has to make
No?
another
Type B
nomination.
has to.
oh, okay. Because this is just to consider the reappointment, so he's just withdrawing. Okay, then moving on to agenda item number 7D. Review, discuss, and give direction to staff regarding the placement of four-way stop sign at the intersection of Pecan Street and Northeastern Street and the procedures for future stop sign considerations.
I move we go forward with it.
Second.
I missed that. You guys are fast. Who approved?
Shaw nominated.
Shaw?
I second.
Okay.
Let's vote. It's getting late.
City
And Easley, you
secretary's got it.
seconded? Okay.
Look at it, we're all agreeing, isn't that nice?
I know, it's easy.
I was going to say, y'all are moving quick on me now. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to place a four-way stop sign at the intersection of Pecan Street and Northeastern Street by Shaw and a second by Easley. All in favor, raise your hand.
Hey, yeah, no discussion?
I'm sorry?
No discussion?
No,
Why not?
no. It's 8:52. You want to discuss it? How are you voting, Mr. Smith? Are you for the stop sign?
Yes.
Motion is carried. It's unanimous.
It does say in here that it was going to be discussed by city staff on why the reason, so that's what I was hoping to get out of that.
I love the interest in moving things along, but I would actually like to consult with Andy just to see, because where it's located, I can appreciate the concern to make
Yeah.
sure people slow down, but what I don't want to do is set precedents so that all of a sudden we have four-way stops all over the city. There needs to be a process, but I can bring that back to you another time.
Yeah, that's not the
And-
case. This has been asked for by several citizens in a long time. We've had a lot of near misses.
Right next to a
Kids
school.
walk down that street. Yeah, this is a dangerous intersection. We're not planning on bringing a four-way stop sign every place in the city.
Sorry, Mayor, that was my hesitation. I was like, wait a minute, we didn't even get the part.
May I move on now,
out.
Mr. Smith?
Now, if you
Agenda item number
had four-way
7E.
stops, I'd be like, okay, we need to talk about this.
Discuss with the city attorney the roles of council, city manager, city secretary, and city attorney. All right, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Messer.
Before we do that, can I get a water break? Because I've already gone.
Sure. All right, you want me to call another recess,
No, we'll just get some delivered.
or you just need a water?
Let the wait staff take care of us.
Okay. All right, we're going to continue with the meeting then. Okay, Mr. Messer, go ahead.
All right, yeah, I'm happy to address this, or if you want another meeting, fine, whatever.
We're all here.
I know, I got that. So these are some excerpts for y'all that I'm gonna walk through. I can do my part fairly quickly.
Okay.
you bring your microphone a little bit closer?
Yeah, can you hear, how about, sorry, can you hear that better? Okay, good. Okay. So what I've given to y'all is just the hierarchical chart of the way the mayor, officers, and staff are organized, and it will illustrate my point. And so if you look at the top, you can put the way the city functions and all other home rule municipalities in Texas function into 3 tiers. You have the mayor and council members in 1 tier. You have the officers, the city attorney, municipal judge, city manager, city secretary, in another tier. And you have all of the staff that basically report to the city manager in a 3rd tier. What that illustrates is that the mayor and council members are policymakers. You are the policymaking body by law under your charter, which is like your constitution, and also under state law and federal law. In order for a civil rights violation to occur, it has to be an unconstitutional policy that is instituted by this body, a policymaker. So you are a policymaking body, and then there's a line between you and the city manager. And the city manager acts as the CEO, basically like the president of a corporation that carries out your policy on a day-to-day level. And I'm probably speaking about things y'all already know. Forgive me if I am, just to clarify. So he takes your policy direction, and then he implements that, and he's responsible to you for that. And then under him are the directors and the staff that are responsible to him and indirectly to you. So those are the 3 clear lines that y'all have set up in your hierarchical structure. What I did was y'all are a home rule municipality. I read through your charter, and what I did is I got a few excerpts from your charter that speak to the roles and duties of these relationships we've talked to. I've highlighted the sections. There's not that many. I will go through them with you, and I'm happy to entertain questions or comments that if you want any type of clarification on it. So in section 102, entitled Form of Government, it says that you are a council manager government. So what that does not say, like some cities, a minority of the cities, it does not say council mayor form of government. So what that means is you have a strong manager form of government. Mayor is still the figurehead, presides at meetings, has power, but most of the power is given to the city manager to implement on a day-to-day basis. And you'll see in your charter, there's a laundry list of powers and duties that have been delegated to him. The next page that talks about the mayor, mayor pro tem in section 3.03, the mayor is the official head of the city. She has the power for purposes of civil process to accept it. She has the power by the governor to enforce military law. She presides at council meetings and has that role and duty, and then is recognized as the head of the city government. Under the powers and duties under 3.04, this charter, just like almost every other home rule charter, vests all powers in you. All the power from the city is vested in this body. And so courts look to this body to officially act and bind the city. If any of you act individually, if the city manager, police chief execute a contract on behalf of the city and it's not voted on by the city, it's not binding, it's void. So it shows you that where the power is all vested here.
And that's happened.
And I have had many cases where I've voided contracts where that has happened. One in the Dallas Court of Appeals a year ago. So if you look at what the council has been vested in the power to do in section 3.04, we just talked about all the powers vested here. Most importantly, you have the power to enact legislation. That is you as a policy-making body. So your legislation is in form of ordinances. Ordinances are law. They are your local law. Resolutions don't count. Resolutions are anything but law. They are matters of opinion, preferences, recognition, but they are not law. And so there's a law in Texas recognized by the Supreme Court probably 30 years ago. It's called the Equal Dignity Doctrine. What that means is you can only amend or repeal or change a law with the same type of law. What that means is you can only affect an ordinance with another ordinance. A resolution cannot affect an ordinance. And some cities don't recognize that. So for example, when you're going to pass a law that has a fine in it, it's got to be by ordinance. So you have the power to legislate and you have the power to establish operating policy. Both of those are in your legislative capacity. Anytime you do development, like what happened tonight, anytime you deal with platting, zoning, planning, comprehensive plans, you are acting in a legislative discretion. In your legislative discretion, you have legislative immunity. That same immunity apply, and you cannot be compelled to give testimony. You can't be compelled to go to court and give testimony. You can't be compelled to give a deposition to give testimony. So when we defend cities on land use litigation, which we do all the time, and plaintiffs, lawyers want to take your deposition, which they want to all the time, I never allow that to happen. I know it's inconvenient, it's uncomfortable. You shouldn't have to bear that burden, and the courts uniformly don't allow you to give testimony if we object, which we do every time. I'm never going to let any plaintiff's lawyer take one of your depositions unless a court makes me do it, and then I'll probably try to mandamus that court. I've only had that happen one time in my career, and it was in a very contentious school board lawsuit involving a superintendent, where it was in Tyler, and there were probably 50 local news reports on the 10 o'clock news every time we met, and one of the board members came out of our meetings and out of executive session and spoke to the media every time. Then the plaintiff's lawyer wanted to depose everybody, the chair and every school board member. The federal judge wouldn't let them over my objection, except for the one member that voluntarily waived that privilege by going out and speaking to the press. So just FYI, you have the same privilege that applies to U.S. and federal senators and legislators, state legislators, county legislators, school boards, and city managers and city council. So that same privilege applies to every one of you when you're dealing with zoning issues. So that's a legislative function. It's very powerful. That's when you're acting in your official capacity. So some of the prohibitions that are in your charter, so this is where your power to act has been curtailed. And so if you look at 3.05B, titled Appointments and Removals, you cannot dictate the appointment or removal of an officer or an employee. You can vote on them. You voted on me, you voted on the city manager, you voted on the city secretary, you can vote on the city secretary, but you can't dictate that to the city manager, right? So for example, someone may not like a certain person that's in the organization, which is fine, that's your prerogative, but you cannot dictate to the city manager what to do with that person, right? That violates your power. Now, you can collectively talk to the city manager in executive session under personnel, and you can make your wishes known, but you cannot tell him what to do. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Question. So, a very good example, and this has been maybe misinterpreted in the past, and it's good that we have this education so that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
By me going as a person, maybe a resident is complaining to me, they have no time to come to the city hall and say, I'm seeing a certain 2 or 3 employees or 1 employee or 5 employees that are behaving unprofessionally.
Yeah, right.
So as a council member, I'll just come and talk to the city manager and say, hey, there is a problem out there. Somebody's rude or they're doing this. It's just a complaint.
Right.
So that doesn't mean that I'm trying to interfere with the city, duties. So we have that option. If you see an employee, something is not right, or a resident is complaining, you have, as a council, a right to go to the city manager and say, I'm having an issue here, look into it.
Right.
If the city manager decides to ignore it, then the problem is on his kind of side, not the employee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
I agree. You cannot tell them you can't tell them what to do. You cannot tell them what to make the employee or the department head do, though. There's a
Yes,
difference. There's a difference.
Yeah, I understand. You can't tell him.
It's a subtle difference, but it's
Yes.
it is an
It's-
important difference.
It's up to them to use common sense.
Right, it's up to
and say-
him
Yes.
to run the city.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So that's appointments and removal. You can collectively investigate matters. You have a lot of power to do that as an investigating body. You can investigate claim to illegality with a department head, an officer, but you have to do that collectively as a body. And then you have subpoena power. You can compel attendance. You basically act like a tribunal. I've had that happen one time in my career, and it was very political. It was where a city secretary filed a lengthy complaint against the city manager. The council appointed an independent attorney to investigate, came back and heard the findings, and in that instance, they censured the mayor, finding some violations, and then there was a lawsuit, which the city ultimately won. But you can act as a body to investigate. You cannot investigate by yourself. So that's what the charter says.
Okay.
And you
Question.
have to deal solely with the city manager on any kind of personnel issue.
Okay,
Just
question
what
on-
you're talking about.
Yes, so question under investigation. Under the Open Meeting Act,
Yeah.
we are allowed two options. You can request, if I have a question, somebody says, there's a certain employee or two employees or maybe a department, they are not showing up when they are supposed to show up. And you'll expect the city manager to address that.
Right.
But sometimes that's not how it happens. Maybe
Yeah.
they don't want to get into kind of problems with, morale issues. So they will just ignore it and the thing keeps going. So by just trying to find as a council person and say, can I be able to have the information to justify that those people are doing what they're supposed to do, the employees, they are under the city manager. That doesn't translate into investigation.
No.
Yes.
So there's a misconception sometimes about the power of mayor and council members to be able to get information, look at files, look at documents that cities have. Cities have a vast amount of information and documents. And so because of your position, because of your elected and or appointed position, you have, the Attorney General has repeatedly held that you have an inherent right to be able to see any information in the city. Now, when and how that's done, in my view, is up to the council to direct. That's come out in a lot of different ways, but ultimately the council should direct when and how that is. But you don't have, a council member, the mayor, does not have to make an open record request to the city secretary or the city manager to be able to get documents. That Public Information Act does not apply to you. You have an inherent right to that information if you want it. When and how is a different, that's never been determined by law. So, just FYI. Section 3.09 just reiterates again.
Real quick, can I ask on that? You say when and how, it has to be by the council.
Right.
So when somebody individually comes to me, am I, or Holly,
Yeah.
are we supposed to take it back to the council and say, council, how would you like this what I heard.
I think that's a case-by-case basis. It probably depends what it is. Some things are very rote, generic. Some things are privileged and confidential by law. That's when it becomes a problem.
So if we.
That's when I think the council should
If we
weigh
feel it's
in.
sensitive and we reach out to you and we ask your
Yeah.
opinion, you're gonna tell us, yes, I would go to council. And
I would put that, yes, what my recommendation would be to put it on an agenda, put it on an executive session and in an attorney-client communication, and then we will have that discussion in executive session and get direction from the council, because it's a sensitive, they have the right, it's just when and how. And that comes out in different forms, depending on what the issue is.
Okay, I have a question based on that.
I just wanna make sure I'm doing.
Yes. And that's good.
Yeah.
I have a question regarding that. I know the Attorney General has defined what is sensitive.
Privilege. Well, by.
Privilege, yes,
there-
by law. So if I want to go as a council person and go to the fire department or police department and say, I want to see the records,
Right.
by law, it's defined in black and white, you can't do that.
You
Because
can
of
do
some,
that.
yeah, you can't, like, I can't just go and, there's some information that even the city manager or secretary can't release based on the privileges, based on the current legislation that is in place.
Wrong.
Like if I wanted to say, okay, I want to see the personnel file for maybe the police chief.
Right.
Or something like that. Under the law, there's a shield somewhere, there's a limit how far you can go.
Okay, so those privileges are recognized by statute and the rules of evidence and common law. Those privileges can be asserted and should be asserted in open record requests.
Yes.
They don't apply to you. So you have a right to see that information. When and how should be directed by the council.
What I'm hearing you say is, when you go through open records, there is a record of, because it's an open record, but because you guys have the power, when you request something, we need to be transparent to the rest of council, and I'm trying to summarize this Big Bird style for my.
Right, yeah, right.
I need to make it transparent to the rest of the council what is being requested of us, which is why we then do it through executive session, so everybody's on the same page.
Yep.
Mr. Goodall asked for the mayor's stuff. He gets it, but so does the rest of the council.
Can be, or not.
The request would go to all of us.
Yeah.
Well, I think the request should go to the city manager, and then
Well-
the city manager should put it on the agenda to let everybody know what has
You,
been.
what he's saying is you have the right, but it needs to be made aware to everybody, and then you direct me on when and how we give the information. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but you said, and that's where there's a little bit of, I know, the reasoning behind that. But here is the problem. Because we have two options as a council person, you can request as a private citizen, like the rights as a private citizen, say, I want this record. Okay, and also you have also another option to request as a city council member or mayor pro tem, whatever it is. So those two, if somebody says I want it under, under personal kind of, level, whatever, then I don't think the council has to approve that. The only thing that the state has defined very well is if you are requesting for some sensitive information, then there are some laws that have been put in place that they will kind of wipe out or, they'll redact some information. So under that, it's defined very clearly. But having to go through the council to say, we can only allow you to exercise, then I can request as a private citizen,
Okay, so, it's a good point.
Yes.
So you're exactly right that mayor and council wear two hats. You wear your official capacity hat, where you're doing official business for the city, and you wear your private hat. Your right to see information and documents by the city only applies in your official capacity. If you're doing it in your personal capacity, you don't have that right. You have to make an open record request.
Okay.
And then the privileges and confidentiality would apply to that.
My question is, why would you ask for something but not want all of council? Aren't we supposed to be one body and work together?
Okay.
I'm really concerned about that line of questioning, why you would want something just for your eyes only and not share it with the other 5, 6 members of this council.
Okay, we are serving different demographics in the city, different
No,
areas.
Yeah, but we all serve the citizens.
Okay, and we get different requests from the citizens. So you might not know what somebody just shared with me or the concern somebody is having. So if I go to the city manager and the city manager maybe is not willing under the advice of the directors and say, okay, I don't recommend it, but, you know, there's a loophole, you can just say we don't have the information. So then, under private citizen to get that as just a very,
Then I
to get the bottom of it,
I misunderstood your question. Because I thought you were asking as a councilman for private information.
okay. When,
You see, we're gonna, if you put an open records request, this council's gonna see it.
if you do it under personal as a private citizen, even though you are a council person,
No. If you request something through an open records request as a
Yes.
citizen, the other 6 members of this council will see that.
not true.
No, that's.
Otherwise,
Well, where's the
You'll-
transparency in that?
it's just the process, you know, like the previous one, if you requested for information and it was used as a way to maybe push back on the open record from some of the council members. So the attorney recommended as a tool,
What are you trying to hide?
not hiding. I'm just trying to say, in the previous, the attorney, the way he advises, when there was a voluminous, whatever, too much information, the attorney recommended that if the council member, raw forcer, requests for any record, then we have to blast it to everybody.
That's
And
transparency.
then we ask the attorney, I used to record sometimes some videos here, and then if somebody requests a 4 hours video, do we need to send it to everybody, you know, through the email? And then they say, oh, no, I don't know if you received my videos, you know,
I saw your
Councilman
videos for
Rofosa.
years, I really enjoyed them.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying it's kind of, you can't put restriction and say the council has to approve, everybody has to say yes, and then, you know, allow them to see that.
No.
The state has already defined what you can see and what you can't see. You know, like social security, you have to.
I like transparency.
I want to just be clear on that. If you're making the request in your official capacity to do your position that you've been elected to do, you're allowed to see anything. Even if it's privileged or confidential to the public.
Yes.
When and how, which should be directed by the council, in my view, in executive session.
So if,
Transparent.
okay, I know. So if a council person, that's another red tape of trying to, because what if the other council members say, we don't want you to see that?
They can't.
And then you go around and say, I want it to see as a private citizen. It doesn't limit you.
That is
Still get the-
different. Okay,
Yes.
so you have 2 different sets of laws that apply. If you are asking for it just in your personal capacity, then you're going to make an open record request, and we're going to process that under the Open Records Act, just like we do anybody else that makes the request. And we'll assert privileges, just like we do against anybody else that makes the request. And the Attorney General will rule on those, and
In
then
other
we can
words,
appeal that.
in other words, if you want to see what, I'm just simplifying, in other words, if you want to see the redacted information and you come at it from your official capacity, the entire council needs to know what you're doing,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
But it's an option. It's not like it's a law. It's just an option. We have that power, we can make that option. Like we
It's
have
up
to
you.
know.
Yeah, it's up to you what you're requesting in your capacity to do your job.
Oh, okay,
That's discretionary, yeah.
yes.
In other words, if you don't get what you want as a citizen, then you're gonna pull your councilman out, which is get the rest of it, which ain't right either.
Okay, well, that's different. You're talking about a council member, in my view, providing confidential information improperly to a citizen. So when there's confidential information that we have, it does not leave your presence or your knowledge. Because that destroys the privilege. Right, that should never happen.
Which is why it's done in executive session.
That is the reason. Yeah, so hopefully that's clear and gives you some, advice on what you can do and what you can't do. Last thing I was just going to touch on, in 3.05, interference with administrative matters, So again, except for inquiry, investigation collectively as a body, you have to deal with the city manager on anything that you're dealing with that you need help with.
Okay, Attorney, sorry, it is not my intention to do this, but I'm just saying, just for the sake of the previous discussion that we just had, is that thinking about it is not practical. If it is used as a tool to slow down somebody asking for information, then it makes sense to do that. But it's not practical to say that if I request for some information that is maybe sensitive, then we have to throw it in an executive to discuss about it. So what if the council says, we don't want you to look at it? Then now it raises another suspicion. What are you guys trying to hide? Or something like that.
Well, okay, again, but, okay, I want to be clear on that point too.
Yes.
If you're asking for it or anybody in their official capacity, the council does not have the right to say no. That would be against my advice and my opinion. So, that would be against the law.
Yes. But being aware of it, that's okay. You know, they can be told, okay, so-and-so requested for this information. But they don't have to say you can't request for that information.
That would not be legal.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay. Lastly, section 5.01, titled City Manager, it shows you all the powers, the laundry list of powers that have been vested in the city manager. He's the chief administrative and executive officer. He's basically the CEO of the city, and he's in charge of all the department heads. He's in charge of hiring and firing. He can create, combine, and abolish departments without council approval. He can't, I think though, when he has to hire them, he has to have that with your approval. I believe that's right. Yeah, with directors, right. And that's unusual. Most charters don't have that. So you have some authority over your department heads, right? Yeah. So that's pretty much what I was going to go over with you about your powers and city manager's powers and delineation of that. Happy to talk about that any other time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to talk to you. You know, call me, email me, and happy to have more dialogue with you if you like.
All right, council, do you have any more questions for the city attorney at this time? If not, we'll move on.
I have just the last question.
Okay.
Based on the last discussion. So here you're saying the city manager has the power under this, which is very clear, over the department head. So he can
Yep.
You know, hire, fire at his discretion or her discretion. But here comes, and you have dealt maybe this with other cities, or you have read it somewhere online, where for some reasons, you know, as new city managers come in, they come with a vision that they're working on under the council direction. And for some reason, and it has happened here several years ago. But so you find a new city manager comes in and they are like, okay, we are going to go through workforce reduction for some reasons. And because they are new, they will just say, you know what, I'm getting rid of maybe 3 from this department, 3 from this and this. And then some of these employees, yes, the city manager has the power. One of the employees or two employees comes to the council member or 2 or 3 and says, based on the work reduction, the city manager has the power, but it seems the process, the way it was like a little bit kind of targeted, or there's something that is not right based on the process, the way it was conducted. So even though the city manager has that power to do that, or the departmental heads have power to hire and fire, as a council person, is it right for you to be able to raise that question to the city manager and say, there's a complaint here, I know it should go through the normal process of grievance, but I'm having some concern also based on what I'm hearing. So can you find out based on that So does that
I
take
think
that
that's
right
fine.
away?
I think that's fine.
Okay,
But you're really delving into a different area, a different law, which is called reduction in force. So reduction in force is like a policy decision that's really the council's decision, and it's a budgetary decision that goes beyond the manager's power, right? It's a policy issue. And that doesn't happen very often, but that's really what you're talking about.
yes.
So that really should be elevated to the council's level.
And right now, we need to be adding employees.
Yes, and
Yes, and that's, right, that's,
basically, the council can say, based on what we have and the budget issues, we need to get rid of maybe this department, reduce this so we can meet the goals.
that's what's
And that's not
within his
interfering.
purview. That's within his purview.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number
Right.
7F.
This is easy.
Discussion with the city attorney about the agenda setting process for council meetings as set forth in ordinance number 2024-677.
All right, so this is the section, it's like a cheat sheet that tells you how agendas are set. And it's going to be helpful for y'all and for the city secretary as we move forward and make her life easier. That's what this is about. And so you have to, it's pretty clear on regular agendas, how that's done, who can submit that. First of all, the mayor and the city manager are in charge of your agendas. Regular meetings and special meetings, they're in charge, right? You can submit a request in writing to have it done, and it has to be on an agenda. And the process is spelled out by law in your ordinance. So you start looking at the end result, which is you have regular meetings the first and third Thursdays of every month, right? So under the Open Meetings Act, she has to post the agenda 72 hours in advance. So at the latest, that is on Monday. So you get Thursday meeting, she's got to post it on that Monday or preferably the Friday before. Under your ordinance, she has to get requests for agenda items no later than 6 business days before your regular meeting, which is the Wednesday week before your meeting. And so technically, if y'all make a request, on Thursday or Friday, that should be a boundary. And she should be saying, I'm sorry, this is going to have to go on the next agenda, just to have some control over it and make her life easier. I don't know how y'all have been functioning with that. A lot of cities don't function very well with that, and they make the city secretary's job very difficult. And you ought to make it easier and get in a routine to doing that. And that's what your statute, your law says. It's pretty clear. It's just sometimes what's written in paper and what's happening in practice don't really mesh up. So I don't know if you want to mention anything, Holly, but I'm just trying to put a routine in place and make sure everybody's clear on how that works.
No, I think when you're making your request, keep in consideration also the amount of information that staff is going to have to put together, because if it's a last-minute request, and now having kind of gotten our feet wet with working with your team, y'all take need a week or more in some cases to review documents and such.
That's right.
So it's almost like if you're making a request for the agenda, rather than putting it on the next meeting, can we put it on a month out? Just to give staff time and the attorney's time.
Yeah.
The turnaround on some items has been super.
Yeah, it doesn't give her a lot of time. If we give it to her Wednesday and she has to get
It
our
doesn't,
packets out by
right.
Friday or Monday, she's
Yeah,
got
and it-
3 days to gather everything and get it together.
Yeah, sometimes things are very complex and we need more time, maybe more than what y'all have normally had, but other things, we have the staff and we can turn it around in a day or whatever, so.
And
It just depends.
This is why, at some point, I would like us to go to monthly, because, if you think about it, I'm going to be honest, by the time I get back to Granbury tonight, it's going to have been a very long day. Tomorrow I'm dead, which means we have 3 business days to start the whole process over again, and I know that we're fearful of that, but it's also very inefficient because it really doesn't give us enough time to handle some of these things. And again, the bigger the city grows, the bigger the more complex things. And Andy's been great because, it's a lot of information, and especially with development and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, just putting that bug back out there.
That's why we had the previous agenda item to discuss having only monthly meetings, to give you guys more time to prepare and not do it twice a month.
There's more efficiency in going.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a very long agenda. You're gonna have a very long meeting. Think about that. There's a counter,
We're at 9:30 now.
my point. So, anyway, I just, this is like a cheat sheet if you want to look at it and see who has the power to do it. It's pretty simple.
All right, so
Every
anybody have
one of
any-
y'all has the power to put something on the agenda. So whoever, something can't be withdrawn unless the author asks for it to be withdrawn, so.
Anybody have any questions, Mr. Messer, on this? Okay, we can study this and come back with questions later if we need to. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 8, executive session. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the city council may convene into executive session at any time during the meeting that a need arises for the city council to seek advice from the city attorney as to any posted item and by the following authority. A, 551.074, personnel matters, city manager consultation with council concerning the selection of a candidate for the director of finance position, and the city secretary annual review. B, 551.0711, city attorney consultation on 1, Covington Acres Development, 2, Lloyd Thomas claim involving property at 307 East Highway 67, and Encore versus Johnson County taxing entities, cause number DC, and I won't read off that number. And agenda item number 8C, 551.087, 551.072, economic development negotiations, real property, Covington Acres Development. It is 9:31 PM. We are now going to convene into executive session. open session. There will be no action taken from any of the agenda items that took place in executive. So agenda item number 10, request for future agenda items. Council, do you have anything you would like to see on the next meeting?
We talked about well, we didn't get a chance to talk about 7D. I just wanted to see if you guys could put on there talking about stop signs and things of that nature that we talked about earlier. So.
All
And
right, is there anything else, Council, that you would like to see on the next agenda?
okay, I don't know whether it might be just a report or regarding we have the sidewalks on 4th Street, and there's one that was supposed to go through the Eastern. And I know there was a survey that was done regarding one of the, I think, there's a place where we were supposed to run the sidewalk through. I think Don Martin was aware of that. So if we can be able to get a rough estimate what it will take if we were to be able to connect the remaining part to 4th Street, maybe to all of Betsy, and then from Eastern, from where we have the development, up to Pecan Street or something like that. So if we can get the breakdown, what are we looking at as we approach, they are cost-wise.
Cost-wise? Oh.
Yes, the remaining part of the work,
Gotcha.
how much it will take.
Gotcha. And that pocket park is on its way. In fact, I think they might have poured the concrete today. Anyway, the pocket park on 4th Street. So that's finally getting done. So, sorry, I'm tired.